Mike's a fatty. Simply clapping along would make your heart rate go through the roof. Cause Mike's a fatty. You gotta flush the toilet twice every time you take a poop. Cause Mike's a fatty. Every time you get ice cream, you always ask for an extra scoop. Cause Mike's a fatty. In Mike's new contract, he demands unlimited breadsticks and soup. Mike is at the buffet, eating this and that. And when they asked him to leave, Mike said, Grady Judd gave Mike a medal, do you know why? Cause Mike went to Polk County and then devoured over 30 pedophiles. Cause Mike's a fatty. If you survive the heart disease, you're gonna be a big radio star. Cause Mike's a fatty. The only guy I've known to eat a lobster while driving in his car. Cause Mike's a fatty. Clap along if you stole the marshmallows out your son's Lucky Charms. Cause Mike's a fatty. Call 911 if you feel a tingling sensation in your right arm. We'll put that bacon down, need a bran muffin. We'll put that bacon down, stop eating that pie. Bacon down, need a bran muffin. We'll put that bacon down. Simply clapping along would make your heart rate go through the roof. Cause Mike's a fatty. You gotta flush the toilet twice every time you take a poop. Cause Mike's a fatty. Every time
When you feel a sudden burst, when you're sliding in the first, diarrhea. Diarrhea.
So anyway, yeah, I didn't make it to the bathroom.
Diarrhea. Yeah, hey everybody, guess what? Carmen can't hold her bowels from now on. Let's call her Miss Dookie Butt. In between her butt cheeks, something's going on that ain't right. You can't see her tattoo because it's covered in poo. Her BH lost the fight to diarrhea.
I could see London, I could see France, and I could see Carmen has shit her pants.
Diarrhea.
She's lost control of that special hole, and now her pants are filled with poo.
I let a couple toots out.
Oh.
And then the last one, I was like, oh, that's not a fart.
Diarrhea. Once it starts, you know you cannot quit. Carmen shit her pants in Mickey D's and then went and bought a 10-piece chicken nugget. Stinky lady. Carmen went from a 7 to a 3. Her brown eyes crying tears of hot liquid dookie. She's not real bright and she's got real big tits. But big boobs won't help you when you smell like shit. Carmen smells like shit. Diarrhea.
I see London, I see France, and I see Carmen has shit her pants. She lost control of that special hole. Now Carmen's pants are filled with poo.
Diarrhea.
I see London, I see France, and I see Carmen has shit her pants. She lost control of that special hole. Now Carmen's pants are filled with poo. Diarrhea. I see London.
Sinkhole. 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 Sinkhole.
I was just watching TV in my room. Then underneath my feet I felt a boom, boom, boom. It seems the foundation has given way. Looks like I'm gonna have myself a really shitty day. Tectonic plates are shifting, this ain't fun. The Grim Reaper's about to score a hole-in-one. I was just chilling in my bed. Then the next thing you know, I start plummeting to my death. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. Turns out the ground under my house was hollow. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. What a super lame way to die. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. On the way down I started screaming YOLO. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. What a super lame way to die. It was like that ground monster in the Return of the Jedi. Oh yeah.
The nesting place of the all-powerful Sarlacc.
The Lord works in mysterious ways. Right now you could be living your very last day. You could spontaneously combust, or just like me fall through the goddamn Earth's crust. Lord have mercy, bless my soul. I've been swallowed up by Mother Earth's butthole. The only upside that I could see is that I got my burial for free. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. Turns out the ground under my house was hollow. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. What a super lame way to die. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. On the way down I started screaming YOLO. I got sucked up inside a sinkhole. What a super lame way to die. It was like that ground monster in the Return of the Jedi. Oh yeah.
You will therefore be taken to the Dune Sea and cast into the pit of Harkness, the nesting place of the all-powerful Sarlacc.
Doesn't sound so bad.
In his belly you will find a new definition of pain and suffering as you are slowly digested over 1,000 years.
I've been smelling my hole. I just got a sex change. It's already infected. It smells like shit and decay. Really good chance I'm gonna one day. At least I'll get more attention than all those normie gays. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to when a creature like me believes that it's true that he could just wake up and not be a dude. But he is. Oh, he is living as a new girl with a Y chromosome. You ask which men can be women, I'll tell you which can. The ones that trade their pole for a hole, and that hole really stinks, and it's covered in goo, and it smells like a combo of roadkill and poop. If I don't dilate it, it will heal shut and fill in. Tell me which man can be women. There's a global mission to turn peepees to giners. They'll do it to minors, they don't care. Lord, I got gigantic feet, but I cut off my beak. Both my butt cheeks are covered in hair. Still got an Adam's apple the size of a planet. My name used to be Craig, but I changed it to Janet. Got brainwashed by the internet, left holding the bag. I cut my penis off. I could have just been a It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to when a creature like me believes that it's true that he can just wake up and not be a dude. But he is. Oh, he is living as a new girl with a Y chromosome. You ask which man can be women, I'll tell you which can. The ones that trade their pole for a hole, and that hole really stinks, and it's covered in goo, and it smells like a combo of roadkill and poop. If I don't dilate it, it will heal shut and fill in. Tell me which man can be women. I've been smelling my hole. I got a sex change, and now I regret it. I should have just been fucking gay. Just been fucking gay.
I have a competition in me. I want no one else to succeed. I hate most people.
Now let's blow some shit up.
A listener named Ryan Harkness, he hit one out of the park.
Bunch of slap-jawed around here. This stuff will make you a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus. Just like me.
I can't see without his glasses.
1 minute we're laughing, the next minute he's dead. Why would God let this happen?
37. My girlfriend sucked 37 dicks.
In a row?
Listen up, Tampa Bay. Hollywood Hulk Hogan here.
I think I ate the bones. I ate the bones. I ate the bones.
Sinkhole. Sinkhole.
I spit on your spit.
I piss on your spit.
I shit on your piss.
I fart on your shit.
I laugh at your fart. We are friends.
What's up, motherfuckers? That's right. Never before seen on a special, very special Saturday night. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. This is the Ryan Harkness Show, typically seen on Sundays, 8 p.m. to whenever p.m., but not tonight because you know what? Thanks to Dunny reminding me of this, I wouldn't even have known it, but tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Can't do a show on Christmas Eve. That's baby Jesus's pre-birthday. We all need to gather around the Yule log and with our families and celebrate the birth of our baby Messiah. And you should not be watching the show when we should be watching the birth of the Messiah. Welcome to the Ryan Harkness Show, everybody. I am your host, Ryan Harkness. Thank you for tuning in. This is this program typically just airs on Sunday nights here on youtube.com/@Harkness Show, 8 p.m. to whenever p.m. You could notice that it is not 8 p.m. and it's not Sunday. It is Saturday at currently 9:37 p.m. Thank you for tuning in now to this very special episode. Again, I have a family. I have obligations. I got presents to wrap. I got a bunch of shit to do. I got to hang the stockings on the chimney with care in hopes of St. Nicholas soon will be here, and he's coming. That is coming to my house. Even though the economy is kind of shitty, we still got Santa coming. I could promise you that. I made sure of that this year. And yeah, a quick note on Christmas cheer. Who doesn't love Christmas? I used to hate it when I was a poor piece of shit, probably in the ages of like college age. Like when I had no money and I was eating ramen noodles and shit like that and no prospects to make any money, not knowing what I was going to do with my life, where I was going to go. Christmas was a fucking bummer. I would get depressed every year because we didn't have a lot of fucking money growing up, and like the gift giving thing, like I saw how hard my parents worked to they didn't make a lot of money either, but provide us kids with presents. And there was something like, I don't know, it kind of traumatic when I think about it, like the act of getting and giving gifts. Like when Christmas rolls around and if I don't have the scratch to like get everybody something, I feel fucking awful about that. And I went through that year after year after year before I learned how to make money. And now, like it's what they say, the gift of giving is truly better than receiving. It's fun to give gifts and watch people fucking open them and shit. And, get drunk and bring up inappropriate political conversations at the Christmas dinner table. I love that shit now. So I have the Christmas spirit despite the world ending, and I don't get those humbug motherfuckers anymore. I get it with, if it was me in my 20s, but there's no reason for that now. Christmas, lights, festivities, it only comes once a year, as they say, and I'm living it this year, and I'm having fun, and I hope you are celebrating the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in the same jovial way that I am this year. But let's kick it off. Again, this is the Ryan Harkness Show. This is a fully listener-supported program. If you want to send me a monetary donation called a SuperChat, you could do so by going to buymeacoffee.com Harkness Show, and you could leave me a message. I will read whatever message that accompanies that monetary donation, and your proceeds go to help this show. You are the only way that we could afford to do this, so I would very much appreciate it if you throw a little tip in my tip jar every now and then. And social media-wise, go to Twitter, or as the kids are calling it these days, X, and make sure to follow me at Ryan Harkness _ Harkness is spelled with an H instead of a D, but like darkness. Darkness with an H instead of a D. A lot of people fuck that up. They call me Ryan Harkins, Ryan Herkins. I don't even think those names exist, but whatever. Just remember darkness with an H instead of a D. Let's get into it, guys. I got into my first YouTube kerfuffle recently. Just a couple days ago, I got an email from Team YouTube, and I was thinking, this is it. Like, I've known this day is coming for a long time. We say a lot of spicy shit on this program. In my opinion, this is the spiciest show on YouTube. Oh, I'm on the wrong one there. I don't have a call yet. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go. And I got a email from Team YouTube. Before opening it, I was like, yeah, I got to strike some kind of, terms of service breach or something like that. And yes, that's what it was. I had breached terms of service in some way, but I got a warning, not a strike. And they let me know that one of my episodes had been nuked, wiped off the site completely, and I was in trouble for hate speech. Hate speech violate. Can you imagine me? Hate speech? Hateful? No fucking way. How can... I've never delivered any kind of hate speech on this program. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, YouTube. What do we got here? Let me get rid of the... Where is that? That's got to be the Zoom app. Boink. All right, we got rid of that. So this is the email that I got from Team YouTube themselves. Shit. Doink. All right. Hi, Hi, Harkness Show. Our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, this is, by the way, episode 11/26/23, and I'll let you know what that one was in a minute. Unfortunately, we think it violates our, in bold letters, hate speech policy. We've removed the following content that episode from YouTube. We know this might be disappointing, but it's important to us at YouTube that YouTube is a safe place for all. If content breaks our rules, we remove it. If you think we made a mistake, you can appeal and we'll take another look. Keep reading for more details. How your content violated the policy. Content that listen to this, incites hatred against individuals or groups based on their protected group status isn't allowed on YouTube. I would never do that. This may include, I'm not smiling because I'm not being tongue-in-cheek. It's ironic and funny. This may include dehumanization, using slurs like or it. No, that's not what it says in the email. Using slurs or stereotypes, inferiority claims, and or conspiracy theories. I didn't even read this. Conspiracy theories? We review educational, documentary, artistic, and scientific content on a case-by-case basis. Limited exceptions are made for content with sufficient and appropriate context. All right, so the episode 11/26/23 was with our very own Dunny. Dunny, our transgendered, trans issues and political correspondent when it comes to LGBTQ. Who will be joining us on the program later on tonight, by the way. That was the first interview that I did with Dunny, and that was the one that got popped. And that immediately, I had to even go back and look, because I don't label the episodes by title compared to what like the subject matter of the episode is going to be. I just have a date in there of whatever the episode is. So I had to look back, see what that was, and I found out that that was the Dunny interview. And I'm thinking, all the shit that I've done on this fucking show, all this, look at me, Look at me, boobity-boobity-doo. I'm Ryan Harkness. That's right. Oh, I would never incite no hate speech, sir. I don't think hate speech is good at all. Why would you ban my content? I would never break terms of service, massa. I don't believe that's nice at all. A like me wants to follow the rules. I be a rules-following motherfucker. I tell you what, all the shit that I've done on this show, and the one that got popped was Dunny's episode. You know, I gotta think, is YouTube silencing LGBTQRWXYZ voices? That's the only thing that I can think of. Like, why would, you know, if you go back and watch that episode, it was a cordial discussion. Dunny and I became friends after that. You know, I was giving a LGBT community member a voice. Why would that episode get popped? It doesn't. Yeah, Angie, out of everything that's been on this show, why would that get popped? And I still don't know why that would be. I have some theories. When Dunny comes on at, I believe, 10:40, we're going to have her on. We're going to talk about it. Maybe she has some insight on it. But so anyway, I got popped. The episode got wiped. And I've never gone through that before, but let me tell you what the YouTube process is. You get so I hadn't I don't have all I do now, but previously I hadn't downloaded all the episodes of my show. So like the only archive of them was on YouTube. So if like I lost my channel, period, I would have no previous episodes that I could move over to Rumble or another platform. So I opened that email, said your episode got popped. You could appeal it, is one of the options. And if you choose to just take the warning, take the hit, and we wipe out that episode, you could take classes that I assume are like don't say and don't say it classes, which I don't want to take because I wouldn't say that shit on YouTube. So I clicked the appeal button. I ended up downloading there's like they let you play that video that they wiped out for your own review. Like, look at your shit and see what how you fucked up. Maybe you could figure out why you're getting this slap on the wrist. So I used that option to record that episode so I didn't lose it, and because I thought it was going to get popped. Long story short, I said, fuck it, I'm going to go ahead and appeal it. I hit the appeal button, and I thought I was going to give an explanation, like, this was an interview, a very nice interview. It wasn't nasty in nature. It never got contentious or anything with a member of the LGBTQ community. Why would I get in trouble for it? But I hit the fucking appeal button, and you get a prompt that says, we'll take another look, and you don't get to say anything. A day goes by. This was a couple days ago, like 3 days ago, 2 days go by, and just earlier today, I got another email. Now, when I saw the subject line that it was from, YouTube, I was like, this is going to be it. They're going to tell me to go fuck myself, and I am not getting the episode back, and that's that, and I now have a warning on my channel. The way it goes, I believe unless something's like super egregious, if it's horrible, you just get a strike, flat out. When you get a strike, you cannot stream for a week or two. I don't know which it is. Then you got 2 strikes left. The second one, you can't even stream for longer than that. And third one, your channel is bye-bye forever. But I didn't get a strike. I got a warning. A warning is the precursor to the strike when it gets serious. Open the email. Much to my fucking surprise, this is what I see. And it reads, "Hi, Harkness Show. We have reviewed your appeal for the following. Episode da-da-da-da-da. After taking another look, we can confirm that your content does not violate our community guidelines. thank you for your patience while we reviewed this appeal. Hold up. I feel compelled to, since YouTube gave me another chance, let me read it in a terms of service friendly. Look, I'm sorry, Harkness Show. You my nigga. You know what I'm saying? We have reviewed your appeal for the following. After taking another look, we could confirm that your content does not violate our community guidelines, motherfucker. Thanks for your patience while we reviewed this appeal. Our goal is to make sure your content does not violate our community standards so that YouTube can be a safe place for all. And sometimes we make mistakes. That's right. We fucked up. I'm sorry. We make mistakes here at YouTube sometimes. I'm sorry. Trying to get it right. We're sorry for all the frustration our mistake caused. Our mistake. Could you imagine how many people get fucking their appeal granted on this fucking website? I cannot believe it. I was getting Rumble already. I was like, man, I can't do the show on this website anymore. I got to get Rumble ready. I got to move my shit over there. They apologized to me. A human being went back and watched that episode and determined that it does not violate community guidelines. I can't fucking believe it. My warning is wiped out. The Ryan Harkness Show channel is completely clean. No strikes, no warnings, no nothing. So we good to go, ladies and gents. That's right. Yep. Nothing on this fucking channel. So that's good news. I was freaked out a little bit. I thought I was going to have to move everything over to Rumble, that dog shit website that I'm going to have to move over to eventually when I do finally fuck up. But I still have my YouTube channel, and I'm very happy for that. That's pretty cool. Cool little story. YouTube, like I said, I'm going to have to move to Rumble sometime. And YouTube, other than my show, of course, my wonderful show, YouTube is just inundated with dog shit fucking creators that are huge and way more successful than me. One of which, some of you might be a fan of this gentleman. His name, he's very popular. He goes by the name of Mr. Tim Pool of the Timcast. Kind of a fence-riding, libertarian, kind of right-leaning, anti-woke podcast. I'm sure you're all familiar with him. Did you know that Tim Pool also does music? And not only is his podcast dog shit, but his music is extra dog shit. In fact, every time he comes out with a new song, I can't help but call him a on Twitter, and then I get shadow banned on Twitter. There's something about Tim Pool on Twitter. Every time I shit on Tim Pool on Twitter, I get a slap on the wrist. I get deboosted. I run the software that shows, how you're shadow banned and shit. I fucking get popped every time I call. Maybe it's because I straight up call Tim Pool a on Twitter. I can't help myself, but that's the only word that I could use to describe this motherfucker. He is a nerd that should be stuffed into a fucking locker. His beanie should be shoved in his mouth so he can't sing these gay fucking songs. Yes, Rex, he is controlled opposition. He sucks dick. Angie, he makes music. He makes early 2000s-ish emo dog shit music. And he came out with a new song. I haven't heard it. I just heard that he came out with a new song. I'm sorry I'm going to have to put you through this, but we're going to hear, that's right, Tim Pool's new song, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check it out. He's got, now, keep in mind, Tim is a very litigious guy, especially litigious in the realm of YouTube. So to not get a copyright strike from him, I am going to have to stop and start this video quite frequently. I can't just play it or I'm going to get DMCA'd. So I'm going to be stopping and starting this and adding my commentary through it quite a bit. But don't worry, I have a bleep button because I believe the word is going to come out of my mouth many times. Let's check out Tim Pool's new music video.
Yes. The year is 1967, and something incredible happens to music. Smokey Mike and the God King unveiled their hit song, Together Again. The song was massive.
Okay, so he's trying to be funny here. This is... oh, wait till you experience the humor of Tim Pool, ladies and gentlemen. I feel he's trying to make like a mockumentary type billboard. Oh, look, Bill Beard, get it? Bill Beard, he changed the word board to beard. Jokes already. Tim Pool, you're so funny. So he's building a fake chart and a fake band. Let's move on. Again, I have to start and stop this frequently so he doesn't pop me.
1967 and 1968, and spent 87 weeks at number 1.
Together Again by Smokey Mike and the God King.
Needless to say, America was hooked, and a legacy was born.
Who are these people? Is that fucking guy from... I know who that is. I don't know who the guy on the left is, but the guy with the guitar, they both have guitars, but the guy playing the guitar, what is he from? He's like on Daily Wire or some shit like that.
A legacy that continues to this day.
In the chat, if you know who he is.
What inspired you to bring a song of
all right,
this
here's King himself.
magnitude into the world?
I think it's no secret that our band was effectively done after Ian was caught mercilessly beating that child. But I was hoping there was some way we could turn things around. Working
inside jokes, maybe edgy boy shit. I don't know.
With my mentor Phil Labonte, I asked him, "Is there something we can do that's not been done that'll be big?" And he pointed out, with all these greats like the Beatles, with Zeppelin, and Smokey Mike and the God King, there are a lot of opportunities for modern versions that have not been done properly. Now, a lot of people have covered Zeppelin, of course, but no one's done a good modern version of Together Again.
Okay, I don't know what Together Again is. I think it's I haven't seen this again, but I think it's one of his new super gay original songs, and this whole thing is his attempt to be funny. Again, I have to stop and start this and add my commentary because this episode will get blocked by Tim Pool if I don't do that. If I don't turn it into transformative content, which is, I just can't play more than 15 seconds of his shit or he'll pop me.
And he was right. And I think that's when we realized if we get
But trust me, I could stop this and call him a fucking it quite often.
When we get this right, it could be huge.
So Carter, can you tell me, was it a challenge to create a modern version of such a timeless classic?
No. Are you fucking stupid? I'm Carter fucking Banks. Next question.
Okay, well, I would like to get into the area of your crippling rock star energy addiction.
Hey, you, man. We said that was off limits. I'm done.
Are you guys cracking up? Like, is this funny? I mean, Tim Pool is a millionaire. He has almost unlimited funds for production, writers, etc., etc. I have yet to stifle a chortle watching this dog shit content.
Hey, where's my M&Ms? Where's Phil? Get Phil in here.
Okay, I think we're getting into the song. We're getting in the song, you guys. Again, I have to start and stop this. I'm sorry that I'm putting you through this, but this Tim Pool sucks dick. He is fucking awful. And it kind of enrages me. It's not jealousy, like I don't want to be Tim Pool, but, the fact that he makes the amount of money that he does putting out this fucking mediocre shit, it bites people like me. It does, in my ass. I think it's fucking a crime. Wait a minute. What is this? This is The Weeknd. This is Blinding Lights by The Weeknd. I wanna I said, oh, I'm blinded by the light. Is this not this song? What the fuck? And he has the audacity to fucking DMCA somebody like me for playing.
The longest night I remember, fall of 85. You called me.
Oh, so gay. Ugh. And I'm a fucking it. Put Dex in my butt. I think I'm fucking cool, but I'm a dick sucking queer.
Me from your mother's house and you said goodbye.
This is so bad. Oh my god. You guys, he thinks he's fucking cool. He thinks young women are listening to this like getting their fucking little pussies sopping wet over Tim Pool, bald beanie man. God damn. Do you see why I fucking can't help but call him a fucking it on Twitter? I cannot help it. He is the gayest fucking nerd on the planet. This shit sucks. This shit is a travesty. I got chills. I have douche chills from how fucking gay this is. Oh my god. I'm not gonna put you guys through this. I don't want to get popped by him either. Like, I could tell that just playing a little bit of this, he's probably gonna fucking block my episode just a little bit more, so you guys can really marinate in the fucking tree. He thinks this is cool. Okay, I can't. I'm not doing it. I'm fucking tapping out, guys. Sorry. Number one, I don't want to get popped by Tim Pool, but that you get the fucking gist of it, I guess. He thinks that he is not only a talented podcaster, but a talented musician as well. He actually thinks this shit is good and cool. And I'm sorry to say it, but you know, somebody someplace is fucking does think it's good. If somebody's bumping Tim Pool's music in their car, you need to fucking yourself. I swear to God, you should not be on this planet. Just a smidge more. A smidge more. I'm sorry. I gotta do it just to drive the point home.
Friends would walk.
And an ad! He can't help to fucking monetize it. Put an ad right into the, you know how they put them right in the most viewed spots? Together again, boink, Black Rifle Coffee, diddly-doo. Fuck you, Tim Pool. Oh my God, you fucking mega it. I cannot stand him. He is the worst one. Out of all the, anti-woke grifters on YouTube or any other platform, he is the fucking worst one. He has to be. He's the one that makes my blood boil the most, I would say. Ugh. God damn it. All right. Sorry to put you guys through that. I just want you to know why my Twitter isn't doing so hot now, because I cannot help but putting W or an FAWGO tizzy on the old Twitter when it comes to Tim Pool. And yeah, I get in trouble for that. But can you blame me? God, he's so bad. He sucks so much dick. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry to put you guys through that. By the way, this is the Ryan Harkness Show. Special Saturday Christmas Eve edition. I don't want to work on Christmas Eve, so I'm giving you guys a show tonight. You could send me a super chat by going to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show if you'd be so kind to put a tip in my tip jar. Let me see if anybody did so. Go to home, refresh. Oh, fuck, yes. Mr. Rex Warden, you badass motherfucker. I'm going to read your big super chat in a minute. But yeah, be like Rex Warden. Go to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show and leave a tip in my tip jar if you can. That would be much appreciated. And Twitter, or X as the kids are calling it these days, at Ryan Harkness _. That's where you could get me on Twitter, and that's where I am practically, that's all I do. I don't do Facebooks or anything like that, but I do give kitties kisses. You guys like pussy? You guys like pussy? How about this pretty pussy, huh? How about this pretty pussy? He wants to say hello. This is Baby Striper. Baby Striper likes tummy rubs. He's a good baby. And sometimes he likes the Ryan Harkness Show. He sends super chats all the time, as you can see. This is his form of a super chat, and it's always appreciated. It's what keeps this program going. Motherfuckers like Striper and Rex are what keep this show going. So thank you for your support. And he's getting out of here. But yeah, we're going to get back into it. Let me hit that super chat from Mr. Rex Warden. He says, wow, these women athletes sure are stunning and brave too. Waldorf, yes, it really takes balls to play women's sports these days. Both. Yes, I completely agree. And speaking about women's sports and women athletes, we're going to be talking about that with Dunny, who's going to be joining us at 10:40, I believe, the second hour of the program, not too far away from now. So make sure you stay tuned till then. Dunny is the beautiful young lady that got me almost banned off of YouTube. If you didn't catch us in the first segment, I got a episode wiped off but reinstated after I appealed it, and that was the episode with Dunny, who will be joining us at 10:40. But thank you for the big 5 coffee donation. That's 25 buckaroonies from Rex Warden. Much appreciated, sir. Let's move on. What do we have next? Doink doink. Okay, now I don't know a lot about this dude. I've heard probably what you've heard, and I garnered my opinion of him because of just the stuff that's floating out there. I'm talking about, what's his name? Mr. George Santos. Now, George Santos was a Republican congressman who was recently kicked out. And, he came in there with all kinds of bombastic lies, still got elected, and all kinds of shit came out about the ridiculous things that he was saying. And like many other people, I was like, yeah, this guy's bad news or whatever. He's not good for the party. And Democrats hated him too, but just because he has an R next to his name, that's all it takes for a Democrat to hate you. But the silly bullshit that he was saying, I took it at face value, and I thought, this guy's probably he's a no good bruiser, he is, and just lying his way into office. Until this interview came out, and I saw bits and pieces of it, and now I am actually kind of a fan of Mr. George Santos, because I've realized that he is a complete fucking troll, and he bullshitted his way, much like Trump, into our broken system, and much like Trump, revealed how broken and ridiculous and retarded it is, and I think he's fucking funny now. And I haven't seen a lot of this interview, so we're gonna watch it together. This is George Santos with what Ziwe? Yeah, Ziwe, some black chick that I assume is a left-wing monster, but we're going to check out her interview with him because some of the clips that I saw of it on Twitter were pretty fucking funny and changed my mind about Mr. George Santos. So let's check this out.
Well, oh my God, legs all for days. Look at you. Let me just say hi.
I think he's gay or pretends to be gay.
One jokester and a national joke sit across from each other in a bombshell interview.
My first question for you is, why?
Why what?
How would you interview someone without shame? Are rich people stupid? What could we do to get you to go away?
That's sure to be explosive.
Can we speak somewhere like off real quick?
Ads. Sorry about that. We'll get through this. I wish I watched this beforehand and put timestamps in it because it is a little long. It's like 17 minutes. What the fuck is this? No, sir. We're bop to... This might be it. Sorry about that. I'm going to try to get to the good shit here. Dead air.
You've been accused of lying to the American people. How long do you think it will be before you get called?
So just off the top of my head, the shit that I know that he lied about, and at first I thought he was serious with these lies, but after this interview, I know that he was just trolling the whole time, and now I think he's kind of funny. He said that he was Jewish. He lied about being Jewish. He's not Jewish at all. He said his parents died in the Holocaust. He said not only did his parents, maybe his grandparents died in the Holocaust, but his mom died in 9/11. That's just what I could remember that I heard in the mainstream media off the top of my head.
Beyond Dancing with the Stars.
I'll pass.
So you won't be calling Sean Spicer for advice?
Yeah, Sean Spicer, that I don't want to be Sean Spicer. Let's just call it that.
He's reading already. You've compared yourself to Rosa Parks, saying if she didn't sit in the back of the bus, you shouldn't have to either. Meaning you didn't want to sit in the back of Congress.
See, shit like that. That's funny. Anybody comparing themselves to Rosa Parks, I get what you're doing. And now I think you're funny. I think that was the first one that I saw that was like, oh shit, there might be something about this guy. Comparing yourself to Rosa Parks, huh? Maybe you and I might be cut from the same cloth, Mr. Santos. I think I see what you're doing here, young man, and I like it.
How else are you like our beloved civil rights leaders?
Rosa Parks, believe it or not, is one of my favorite political figures.
Why wouldn't I believe that?
I had a portrait of her in my office. I think that speaks for itself.
How else are you like Rosa Parks?
I used an analogy. I'm not like Rosa Parks. Come on. I could never measure. Let's just put it that way.
Can I list civil rights icons and you tell me what they mean to you? Marsha P. Johnson.
I don't know who that is.
Very respectful, honorable person.
That looks like a man.
Keep going.
Respectful and honorable about what?
Now, she's kind of funny, too. Look, I know she's probably a lefty piece of shit on something on the same vibration as Vox or BuzzFeed or something like that, but some of the questions that she's asking him, like this obscure, I don't know who that is. It seems to be a trans black man.
Parks, believe it or not, is one of my favorite political. I think that's it.
Listen.
This person?
Very respectful,
I don't know who that
honorable
is.
person.
And she knows he's not going to know who that is either. So, point for George Santos for his trolling, but point for the horrible lefty interviewer who is starting to win me over as well now for giving such an obscure reference to see what George Santos would say. Now, what's happening now is two trolls are talking to each other. I could see that now. And I like what might unfold from this. Again, I haven't seen this yet.
Keep going.
Respectful and honorable about what?
On all the stances and all the work.
Marsha P.
She just mentioned this obscure transgendered black person, and he's like honorable and respectful. He has no clue who she is or he is or whatever. She's like, how is she honorable and respectful? He's like, in all the ways.
Johnson?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Just keep going. Next.
You don't know her.
Yeah, I do. Keep going.
Do you?
I do. Go. Just keep going.
James Baldwin.
Huh?
James Baldwin.
Don't know who that is either.
Who the hell is James Baldwin? Who's James Baldwin?
Harvey Milk.
I have no clue who that is.
I know who that
Okay.
is.
What?
It's a pervert Jew who did sex experiments on... No, that's Ken Kesey. Not Ken Kesey. Kenzie? I don't know. Milk's another degenerate, though.
What about Bowen Yang doing an impression of you on SNL?
I think he deserves an EGOT.
Would you like Bowen Yang to play you in the HBO biopic?
That movie's not ever going to happen.
Why not?
The book has no perspective of me or anybody close to me. It's a fiction.
You love fiction, though. Nicki Minaj.
Queen.
Are you a Nicki fan?
Yeah.
Prove it.
I'm not spitting verses for you.
Pull up in the monster automobile.
Gangsta with a bad bitch that came from Sri Lanka.
He kind of proved it. So yeah, this Nick just trolled his way into a congressional seat. And from what I understand, they sniffed that out, and he was this is why you can't hate George Santos. He's actually brilliant. He just lied his way into it and exposed that, look, I am like all these other motherfuckers in these seats. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a liar. I am in no way going to help or work towards any of your goals or aspirations or wants as an American citizen. We're all the same. All these other people next to me are just like me. That was his goal and his mission. It wasn't just to further himself and get a congressional seat. He knew he was probably going to lose it because he was being so flamboyant and this. He's a fucking hero, actually. He's one of the wins that is helping blow this house of fucking cards down. So before you shit on this guy, realize that he, and much like Trump did, exposed a lot of this fucking bullshit by going in and being like, look, it's all fucking fake. It's all fake and gay. Look how easy it is to lie your way into this and to make changes. Don't trust me or any of these people.
Okay, move on.
You're bossing me?
Yes! Yes, queen!
Can you say that to your camera?
Yes, queen, move on.
Can you also say that you're an icon?
I know, you're the icon.
No, you're the icon.
You're the icon.
You icon.
You're iconic.
Icon.
Icon girl. Girl boss.
What do you say icon again?
Icon.
You con. Coming up.
We can move on. Move on. Move on. We would move on.
You're the only congressman to be expelled without a conviction. Is it safe to say you didn't come to the Capitol to make friends?
I wasn't there to play nice. I was there to expose the rotten corruption, and I did. And I'm going to continue to do it.
Oh, he's saying it in this interview. I didn't realize that before. I thought he was for real. And when the media started being like, he's a liar, he lied about this, and it turns out that he's not really Jewish, and his mom wasn't in the Holocaust or whatever. I thought that he was just a liar and a piece of shit. He might be a liar and a piece of shit, but he's doing it for this reason. I'm just realizing that after watching this interview.
Republicans and Democrats alike. Swampy, slimy people selling this country down a river.
I would say that you are a
That's
messy
true.
bitch that lives for drama. True or false?
You can call me a messy bitch. I've been called worse, but I'll take it.
Okay.
Can you make a pin and mail it to me?
I'll send you.
I will wear your messy bitch pin any day.
I will send you a gift as long as you declare it on your taxes.
I like paying taxes.
Yeah.
Who else in Congress is committing fraud?
What was
They're
that?
all frauds.
That little bit of editing there.
Any day.
I will send you a gift as long as you declare it on Congress is committing fraud.
They're all frauds.
Name them.
If you were to put me,
Name them.
if you were to put them all under the same scrutiny I was put under, you'd fucking vacate the whole goddamn building.
Yeah, name them. Name them.
I name them and you just wink if I...
Go ahead.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No.
Kevin McCarthy.
Yes.
Lindsey Graham.
Yes.
Matt Gaetz.
No.
Bob Menendez.
Yes.
Goldbar
Not that MTG or Matt Gaetz aren't in any way corrupt, but so far they haven't done anything that fucking absolutely repulsed me yet, other than MTG, like, being stupid enough to believe QAnon bullshit. But who are the other two? Lindsey Graham is a swamp creature, and I wish him to go to hell and to be picked apart by tiny demons that eat his dick and balls and asshole in little tiny microbites for the rest of eternity. I hate fucking Lindsey Graham. Hate.
Graham.
Yes.
Matt Gaetz.
No.
Bob Menendez.
Goldbar Menendez?
Dan Goldman.
He doesn't pay his rent. Dan is owing $180,000 worth of rent right now on his $45,000 monthly rent, which is what most Americans make a year. You let that shit sink in.
The way you know everyone's business is humbling to me. Coming up, how many black friends do you have?
Plenty. Seriously, I had too many to count.
Too many to count.
Yeah. It's like I don't see color. I
don't see color.
I grew up in Queens.
All right, come on, let's get to it. Oh shit! I saw this on the news. Like he knew a bunch of cameras were going to be on him, and he brought somebody's. I don't even know whose baby this is. They bum rushed him with cameras, and he's like, "Get your fucking cameras out of my face! I have a baby. Don't film this fucking baby." He's hilarious.
With a baby in your arms.
Yes.
Look at this baby, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Santos, what are you doing to stop the ongoing genocide of Palestinians?
Excuse me, do not record this baby.
When asked if it was yours, you said, not
Come
yet.
on, man. That's
as in a
funny
reference
as
to
fuck.
I'm not a parent. I'm not there yet. Not that specific baby.
Don't film this baby.
It was a staff. I'm not.
When
ongoing genocide of Palestinians.
Excuse me, do not record this baby.
Don't record this baby.
When asked if it was yours, you said, not yet.
That's fucking funny.
As in a reference to
I like
I'm
that.
not a parent. I'm not there yet. Not that.
Don't film this baby.
So whose baby was
It was
that?
a staffer's baby.
It's like
You were
Roger
running
from
around with
American
your
Dad.
baby. You were using the baby as a prop.
No, I was taking the
Yes,
baby
you were.
to introduce him to another member of Congress.
Oh shit! What is this? A fucking ad? Let's turn this down. Boop boop.
When you do decide to have a child, would you rather
I
have
refuse.
a gay son?
Even though, well, after today, today is when I got the news that YouTube rescinded my warning, precursor to a strike. They said I did not break terms of service. So, I have a lot of questions when it comes to that. We're going to talk about that later here on the Ryan Harkness Show at 10:40 when I get on the phone with Dunny, the person who got me popped by having an interview with him. So we'll see her opinion on that.
Thought daughter or pathological liar?
I will have a child, and I will accept my kid in any way, shape, or form they come. And the best I can do
Less
is
than
teach
20 minutes
my
from
child
now.
to
Wow.
be better than me.
Love that. And do you plan to adopt black?
I wouldn't be opposed to it. Especially because I can probably make a black baby on my own, granted my dad, and my entire dad's family, because I'm biracial.
Got it. So when you say you could make a black baby on your own.
Oh, I mean, essentially, physically. Like, not physically, but if I were to use my
Hey, Daddy Santos. I want
to impregnate a woman.
Please, Daddy.
That's a high possibility.
Please make me. I'd be honored for you to
And
be
I'd
my
love it.
daddy. I'm not black, though. This is not blackface. I am
Will you be running for office
comedian
again?
Sarah Silverman.
Not now, but in the future, I'm not ruling it out.
Wow. As a Republican.
As of now, yes.
Okay. As of now,
Yes.
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 But there could be a day where you pivot
To an independent.
to an independent.
Because
I hope I get that same YouTube moderator to review all my videos when I get strikes in the future. When they see something like this. Maybe it's a secret fan. A fan of the Ryan Harkness Show that works on at YouTube. to let me get away with things. Not that I would ever break terms of service. Fucking.
I think the country needs more independent thinkers now.
Like Jill Stein.
No, that's a Russian asset, according to Hillary Clinton. And I believe Hillary on that one.
And, oh, wow. And what are you an asset of?
Of
Make
no
wood
one?
chippers great again. We'll go.
Do you plan to run as a Democrat? Because you've been really embraced by, like, the Gen Z.
I love the Gen Z.
Progressives.
Gen Z loves Trump.
Define love.
They love Trump. He's an icon. Gen Z loves Trump.
Terms of service is just gaslighting, Angie. It's bullshit. It's nebulous. It's a favors game. It's this guy is he's controlled opposition. We've had conversations with him. He promised to only go so far. We'll let him keep his channel. This guy, we've seen where he goes. He's gone. I just got lucky. I got fucking lucky. Not enough people watched this show to fucking flag it, and my content came across, in my opinion, the wrong person's desk at some point, and I got flagged. And by the grace of God, I think, and Dunny even brought this up, maybe because it was a 3-hour show, and they're like, God, I don't want to watch all this. They're like, fuck it. I don't know, but YouTube terms of service is fake and gay.
Did you say icon again?
Icon. Do you know why I love the Gen Z progressives?
Please.
I'll tell you why. Because they're the future, and they need to slay the boots house down in the future so that this country can stay functional.
What does slay the boots house down mean?
Conquer everything. Like
that's what that means.
Like
That's not what
yeah,
that means.
it's like you just got to be awesome at everything you do, and they have to do that. They need to be awesome.
Okay. You've connected yourself to multiple historic tragedies, including the Pulse nightclub shooting. You said your mom died in 9/11.
I did not say my mom died in 9/11.
You said that your grandparents survived the Holocaust.
I said my grandparents fled the Holocaust.
Do you think it's appropriate for politicians to use terror for their own professional gain?
That's what politicians do.
So yes.
No, I'm not saying yes. I'm just saying, just look at all these politicians. They're hacks. They're not doing anything other than lying to you. If a politician's mouth is moving on Capitol Hill, they're lying to you.
But I'm looking at a politician.
And that's what he proved. And you know, this bitch is fucking, she knows too. And she's pretty good on her toes too. She's not allowing him to troll her. She's kind of in on it. And you know, like I said, she's probably a lefty piece of shit that works for some lefty rag. But she is able to keep this in her, from a broadcasting standpoint, in my opinion. She's doing a pretty good job of being funny, not sounding like a total fucking bitch during it, and not letting the troll out-troll her at all. She's kind of getting in on it, too, and I like it.
Politician, and your mouth is moving.
I'm not a politician.
And I feel like you're lying to me.
I'm not a politician. Never was.
What
never
are
will
you?
be. I was an elected public servant for 11 months. Proud of it. Never caved to the establishment of politics.
You were in government, but you're not a politician.
No, I hate politicking. Nancy Pelosi had a big hand in the riots in January.
We're not
6th.
talking about Nancy Pelosi.
That's a Hunter Biden thing, not me. Bush is a warmonger, and I don't like warmongers. And I believe Hillary on that one.
Feels like you're politicking right now.
Nope.
Do you support a ceasefire, or are you afraid of losing your Hollywood representation?
Excuse me?
Do you support a ceasefire?
I guess we're getting into Israel shit now, which I'm loath to do. But I think George Santos will keep it lighthearted, at least.
Hate war.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hate
You
war
love
too,
peace.
George.
Peace is the way to go.
Do you support a ceasefire?
No.
You don't?
No. We don't negotiate with terrorists. War against terror should never be undermined, period. Hamas is a terrorist organization.
How would you bring peace to the Middle East?
Very simple. Eradicating terror cells like Hamas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. I mean, there's so many, to name a few.
No, please name them all.
No. But the point is if we go after all the terrorist organizations
It does
themselves,
feel like a skit,
we will bring
Angie.
peace to the Middle East and the world.
But
fact.
Via war.
It is a skit, basically. Like, this guy is... big respect to him, because he, like I said, he's exposing what all the other politicians should be treated as, with the same amount of gravity and seriousness as anybody who should treat him, which is little to none at all. And he's funnier than most of them. Most of them are just fucking like Mitch McConnell, just empty fucking suits, like, oh, whatever you want, more war, for more, let's print more money, whatever. At least this guy is exposing it and giving jokes at the same time, like more of that. And that's why I fucking like Trump. He's a buffoon. He's a fucking funny retard. And compared to what we've always had, like people blowing smoke up our asses, shitting in our mouths and calling it a Sunday, at least somebody's funny and doing it and being like, yeah, all this is fucking fake and gay. Nancy Pelosi's a fucking cunt. This bitch is fat and retarded. She's on her period. Don't take any of these people seriously. I love it. I love it compared to the fucking pomp and circumstance. And we're next quarter we're gonna fuck all that. Like, all that shit's bullshit. More, if we're gonna run this plane into the ground, more of this, please.
I mean, sure.
Sure.
Yeah. It's a good cause.
Are you going to let the greedy heating company?
See, I will not get a fucking YouTube Premium account. I think I was going to say that at the last ad, and I was like, but YouTube kind of won me over today when they allowed my channel to continue without any strikes or warnings after they granted my appeal. Like, I have never heard of anybody who does spicy content getting an appeal like I did today. I think maybe the tide's turning on YouTube. Not like in a significant way or anything like that. I think, look, and I talked about this on the Kill stream with Ethan Ralph, and maybe I'll link that in the chat later on during the break. I was on the Kill stream, and he was like, how do you get away with what you do on YouTube? And my theory is YouTube has gotten rid of all of their, back in the day, YouTube was the shit because the algorithm was awesome, and now it's all manipulated and butt-fucked. But it used to be a true meritocracy of content. Like, whatever you liked, it was going to draw you to the things that you liked. And little creators got gigantic because of the meritocracy of the algorithm. And now that they've fucked with it, it's completely not like that at all anymore. But I think they've gotten rid of they've banned and censored so many of their lower and mid-level content creators that there's nothing left on YouTube. There is nothing but the Ryan Harkness Show and Tim Pool. And what are you going to watch? The Ryan Harkness Show or fucking Tim Pool? Make your decision. And they realize now that, Rumble is sneaking up on them. All these other platforms, somebody is going to grab the eyes and ears of a lot of these other people now that you've kicked good content creators off of your platform. And they don't have jack shit anymore. YouTube is not a money-making venture like it used to be. They're not collecting SuperChat money from all these lower and mid-tier content creators. They're not, they're just a propaganda wing of, Zog, of the New World Order. And some people at YouTube probably want to make a little bit of money. So maybe they're backing off of the whole fucking cancel culture shit and letting people like perhaps me get away with a little bit more than they would in 2020, in 2018. That's I really think that's what it is, because a human being went back and watched my show and determined, you know what, I'm going to let this slide. And to that human being, if you ever watch this show again, fucking thank you. I hope you're always the moderator that makes that decision for me. We're in the middle of this George Santos thing, but I got to take a break. And in 5 minutes, we're scheduled to have Mrs. Dunny on anyway. So I am going to take that break. And I need to say, not that one, this one. Yeah, if you're an awesome motherfucker like Rex, the only super chatter tonight, you could go to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness show and be as cool as Rex and throw me a tip in my tip jar. It's just $5 at minimum. You could throw 5. You could throw 25 like Rex did tonight at buymeacoffee.com/Harkness show. I'll be happy to read whatever message accompanies yo shit. Let me see if any of those came in. Refresh this here. Doesn't appear to be so, but that option is always available for you to monetarily support the program. And go to Twitter, or as X, as the kids are calling it these days, and follow me at Ryan Harkness _. Both things would be much appreciated. And I realize money's tight these days. You could always do like Angie does and just share the link out to this stream. If you're, people are, I myself am always hard up for a good podcast to listen to. There's not much fucking good stuff left out there anymore. A lot of it is dog shit and garbage and not entertaining, and I hope to keep you entertained and compelled at least for a couple hours, sometimes 2, 3, 4, or more hours. But since I've been doing that, I have to take a little break, and when we come back, we're going to have a interview with the lady, the woman that got me kicked off of, potentially kicked off of YouTube and then reinstated from her very, very spicy rhetoric and opinions. That's right. We're going to have my trans friend Dunny come on, and we're going to talk about trans LGBT issues and politics as well. But I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we'll go and do that interview. So let me pull up a fucking little parody song here. Let's do one that I haven't done in a while. Let's try Four Fellas. This is a parody song about this guy that got cucked by going on vacation on a cruise, and his girlfriend fucked 4 dudes, I think, while he was gone. This is somebody that I worked with in the radio and made a song about it. But we're going to take a quick 5-minute break or so. When we come back, we're going to have Dunny, that interview. This is the Ryan Harkness Show. Give me about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
At least 4 guys.
Yeah, at least 4 guys.
At least 4 of them.
Yeah, at least 4.
I feel really good right now.
Kelly has had a little liquor. Her boyfriend's out of the picture. He's a Puerto Rican that's 5 feet tall. And he's out of town. Since Spanish got back from the cruise, he found out she has 4 dudes. Since they've been dating, that means she has played with 8 other balls. Holy cow, that's a lot of balls.
Delicious.
Open relationships seem kind of dumb. You let another guy make her come. How does Spanish sleep at night? He's gotta be so jealous, knowing that while they were dating, Kelly fucked 4 fellas.
You're an Ebor. You met this guy that you knew before. And where do you go back to his house?
Yes.
You know why it bothers me?
Yes, because your hot girlfriend banged another
No,
dude.
because every time she said she hooks up with somebody, you're like 6 foot, jacked. He picks her up, slams her down. What's up? You can't do that.
While that cruise ship rocked, Kelly was working for Cox Media Group Tampa.
Alright, so taking a break now, and
Kelly was enjoying wiener. She called up Larry, called up Mo, called up Frankie, called up Joe. She told you there's only 4,
he
but
did
you
call me a lady, and I said, call me a guy or a lady, whatever it is.
If you get married, it'll end in divorce. Divorce. Because their wieners were way bigger than yours. Bigger than yours. This whole time you've been dating, hate to break this to you, but you had sex with 4 others.
At least 4 guys.
At least 4 guys.
At least 4 of them.
Okay, welcome back to the Ryan Harkness program, everybody. Sorry about that. Dunny, I don't know if you could hear me now, but I had to jump out of the call because you had...
Welcome back, Harkness.
Turn the stream down. Turn the stream down now. I'm back in. Can you hear me?
Hopefully they're gonna tune in. They said they were gonna tune in, a bunch of my straight friends.
Okay. Well, you're whatever you were saying was going over the air, and I had to pop out of it because God knows what you were gonna say.
Oh,
yeah.
You put me live. That's why you dropped out of the call. Oh,
yes. I heard you having a conversation with somebody, and I was getting another glass of wine, and I was like, "Oh fuck, God!"
I went live to air.
No, it was. All right. It could have been a benign conversation or anything, but like you gotta realize, like, just for your sake, I don't know, you could have said fucking anything and it could have gotten funky, you know what I mean? So let me that threw me for a loop. I had to press a bunch of buttons and get out of here. Let me make sure that I could get back into our shit. All right, we're back. Welcome to the Ryan Harkness Show, everybody. We're back with Dunny. Dunny is a listener that chimed in on Twitter about my parody song. She was very gracious in her opinion of it, despite being trans, and we'll not go through that whole thing again, but I formed a somewhat of a friendship with her, and I have a segment with her every 2 weeks where we talk about LGBT issues and political stuff too, because she is quite political as far as her opinions go, and those opinions would probably surprise you. I think they might have surprised... Look, what I want to talk about first, and this might incorporate into the... We'll do the LGBT stuff first and then politics second. First, as far as your... And if you're just tuning in, this is the Ryan Harkness Show. You could send a super chat by going to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show. And now that we're doing the Dunny segment, if you want to submit any questions for our transgendered representative of the Ryan Harkness Show, you could do so by sending a super chat to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show. And follow me on Twitter at Ryan Harkness _. You could follow Dunny on Twitter at DUNNETAHL, I believe, and I'll put that in the Dunny. You're actually a
not safe for work Twitter X channel, so
yeah,
be prepared.
You need to be prepared. Exactly.
Take the risk of looking at my timeline.
Her timeline is pretty spicy, and some people may love it, some people may hate it. But anyway, your episode got popped and completely removed from YouTube. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I didn't know initially when they sent me that email. It just, when I label my episodes, it's just a date. I didn't know off the top of my head what that was. I had to go back and look, and then I discovered in my notes that it was your episode, your first interview. So I had to think, this is the one episode that sets this content apart from everything else. It has to do something with the interview with Dunny. What's your opinion on that? Like, why do you think your episode got popped? What do you think led to that? Because I watched the other content around it. I went back and watched. I didn't watch the whole thing. I don't have time to watch a 3-hour episode, and I hate watching my own shit. you know? But there was nothing extremely inflammatory that on the bread of the sandwich that your interview was the meat of in the middle of. It had to do something to do with your interview. What do you think got that thing popped?
Just could be that you're, I wrote a post on X and I used the word my tranny girlfriend, and even X was like, this was flagged for hate speech because I used the word tranny.
Really?
And then I rewrote the post and I said trans instead of tranny, even though a lot of us don't even find that to be like an offensive term. So that's why I used it, but it could have been something as simple as that, something as innocuous as, some sort of AI algorithm picked up. I might have said the word tranny in our first interview.
Well,
and maybe they picked
you
that
might
up.
have.
And then that's what made them flag it, because it happened on X, right? So,
You know what?
And that's
I might have said it during the interview too. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of did.
Yeah,
and I thought maybe that was
people
it.
consider the word queer to be like offensive, but like in the LGBTQ community, the Q is for queer. Like we always thought that to be like everything else. You know what I mean?
Right.
As being gay, trans, bi, and everything else can fall under an umbrella of queer. And then they started adding more letters, and nobody was really like interested in that. But there's another agenda there for sure. And then we have that video that we talked about, the Ryan Long video that we talked about, where Trudeau just wants to add more letters to the video. But
yeah, we'll pull that up later. Daniel, I'll get back to that in the chat. As far as and context, I know is really important when it comes to YouTube's terms of service. For instance, I don't know if you saw, but in California, they were trying to get a bill passed to basically give you welfare if you were LGBTQ, and there was a list of words that you could identify as, and some of those words were literally the gay F slur. That's the one that really stood out to me. They had, and this is in the context of that they had the word faggot on the list of words that you could identify as to receive monetary compensation from the government just from identifying as that. I know robots pick up stuff like that. They probably, and the robots will pick up words like that, even just cuss words like fuck and shit and whatever. And you'll get on YouTube, you'll get age restricted, and age restricted is just it doesn't remove the episode or anything like that. But if you're not logged into YouTube as a confirmed 18 or older account, you can't watch the video, which isn't a big deal. I don't want kids watching my video anyway. And most of the people that tune into this are, they're confirmed accounts, and I'm fine with that. I don't care about that. But when it comes to getting popped, I think, I did put #trans in the description of that episode. I was wondering, I thought maybe, and I don't think it was a trans person, but maybe somebody who #trans might have been interested, maybe watched the video and either saw, you know what I thought it was, to cut all the fat out. I think somebody saw your opinions as a somewhat libertarian, maybe right-leaning, Trump-supporting trans person, and they were like, fuck this shit, and they flagged the video. That's what I thought it was.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to know how much of it was whether it was an actual, 'cause YouTube doesn't tell you. Was it a person who reported that?
No, they don't tell you at all. You have to speculate the whole time. But you could deduce from, just logically, the robotic shit happens 24 hours later. If you had too many fucks in the first 30 seconds of your video, you're gonna get age restricted, demonetized, whatever. Your episode was out for 2 months, something like that. I don't even know.
About the first, almost a full month before it.
Yeah, for sure. So that was a human flagging. I know that for sure. It was a human flagging, and I think due to we'll never know this, which is very frustrating to me. The circumstances of why it got popped, but we'll never know why it got flagged specifically in the first place, and we'll never know what was going through the mind of the person who reviewed it and okayed it, which is extremely frustrating to me, both things. But again, what do you think got it popped? Like, just that was my theory.
You sent me that message that said that, like, it got flagged. I was like, maybe it was because I alluded to being pro-Israel and anti-Palestine. You know what I mean? Like, it could have been any number of things.
The episode that I got, and you watched some other episodes of my show, the one that got specifically age restricted, that's the only actions that's ever been taken on my channel. I got one age restriction on one episode where I talked a lot about Israel, and then your episode that got completely removed. I don't know. It's very mysterious.
And person saying that they're pro-Israel, God forbid, right?
Well, I don't know with, we'll get into that in the political part of the discussion, but it's so weird these days to know which way YouTube is, because they're kind of caught in a pickle. Like, a lot of their moderators, the blue-haired woke lesbian types, are probably pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas, so I could see them flagging some pro-Israel shit. On the other side, Israel...
Ultimately, the best kind of way to deal with this, I think, is to just be more transparent, like, about the algorithms. Like, X is the only company in the world that has their algorithm transparent. Like, you can look at the source code for the moderation algorithm, the algorithm for the For You, like, everything.
Is that true?
Algorithms are source. Anyone can go look at the code.
You could look at the source code for the X algorithm?
Sorry?
You could look at Twitter's algorithm code?
That's the algorithm, yeah. For moderation, for the For You, for every one of them. They're all posted on GitHub.
No shit. I didn't know that. Huh.
That was the big thing that Elon said. He's like, when I buy Twitter, I'm going to open source all the algorithms. And he absolutely did that. And I think more companies need to follow that model. And then, like, everyone can see, what are they censoring? How does the censorship work? We can look at the actual algorithm and see.
I had no clue that he actually did that. I think I heard, like, when he was talking about buying Twitter, he talked about that, but I didn't know he actually pulled the trigger, and you could fucking look at the source code and people can break it apart.
Cleaned it up a little bit. Like, it was about maybe like 6 to 8 months later, after he cleaned up how fucked up it was. Like, now it's fully viewable. It's on GitHub.
That made me laugh. Wilco, he said Dunny didn't dead name X. You call it X. I still call it Twitter. I'm always going to call it Twitter.
I found respect for Elon Musk, and, like, the reason why he made it into X in the first place is, like, Twitter was just a starting platform. He wanted to make a company called X 20 years ago that was going to be used essentially the way, like, WeChat and WePay and stuff is used in China. Would be like the central app for everything. Like, it would be like the variable X. Like, you could use it for anything.
Yeah, he still wants that. He wants X to be the ubiquitous thing that you do your banking, your purchasing, everything, the everything app, like you said.
And I'll admit, like, I'm an Elon fanboy, so I call it X out of respect for Elon. But
I get it. I call it Twitter because I'm old.
I never even used Twitter before Elon bought it either. So that's another thing.
There was a lull. I mean, when Twitter first came out, it was the shit. Twitter was fucking fun. It was the Wild West, and I fucking loved Twitter in the early Twitter years. And then it got fucking lame, and you get censored, all that kind of shit. And that's when I completely dropped off of social media when that kind of stuff happened. and I didn't touch a single I wasn't live stream. Elon buying Twitter got me back into broadcasting, frankly. X or Twitter X becoming a thing again, and Elon purchasing it was one of the catalysts to get me behind a microphone again. It really was, because there was no point before, because I could not do my program under the circumstances that all the other platforms were running under. So yeah, I have some issues with Elon and some of the things he's done, but like he always, every time he takes a step back with me, he kind of takes 2 steps forward a few years or a few months later in regards to whatever that thing was. But we're supposed to start this out with LGBT issues. So let's get back to that. You mentioned maybe talking about sports. Like I think they're probably going to parallel with your with just what I'm guessing, your opinions on men and women competing, biological men and women competing in sports. I think, you probably feel this too. Unless it's I fear no woman, no biological woman. Like I think that unless
I don't know about that. I mean, there's definitely some women that could beat the shit out of you for sure.
Oh, I'm sure they exist. Like I know they exist beyond a shadow of a doubt. But statistically, like 99% of women, like I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, I could fucking kill with my bare hands easily. And I'm not a big guy. I'm not a tough guy. It's just biology. It's just the way that we are, like the muscle structure, the bone structure. We all know that. It's different being in the meat suit of a man and the meat suit of a biological woman. Do you think there's any room, and we'll kind of cut to the chase, like is there any justification for a biological man competing against women in any kind of sports realm whatsoever?
Absolutely not. And I think the first thing to point to is if you look at the first fight that ever happened between a trans woman and a biological woman.
It was brutal.
It was absolutely disgusting. Like, that guy, trans woman, beat the shit out of that woman. And it was absolutely horrifying and disgusting and gut-wrenching to see. And, like, that's all it took Dana White. Like, Dana White was like, okay, maybe we should try this. And then he saw that first
You like
fight,
how he was like, let's try this. Dana White likes to make money.
Maybe, who knows, right? Like, oh, maybe there's something here, right? But the first time, like, I think most people around the world saw that, they were like, oh my God, like, this is not something that is acceptable. Like, as much as it's a trans woman, we just saw a man beat the shit out of a woman. And that was not okay.
What about the extraneous rules? Like, if you, I think it's in your country, actually, you're from Canada. If you got started in your transitioning, and this opens up all kinds of doors too, before puberty, I think some of the rules are, like, then you can compete. Like, if you were a child,
some people are suggesting like your actual, like, doing blood tests to measure your estrogen levels and your testosterone levels. I think that's, I mean, I understand like certain scientists proposing that, but I think probably of all the different solutions I've heard proposed, I think there should be 2 more leagues created, right? And nobody watches women's sports anyway, so it's kind of like ridiculous, but
they really don't. Like, that's, I know that's a trope by now, but
trans women compete against trans women.
I would watch a trans league. I really would. If they made like a trans
that might be worth watching.
League only, I would fucking watch that. It would be interesting. I'd watch it way before I would ever watch WNBA.
We watch women compete against women in UFC too, right? So women compete against women, men compete against men, trans women compete against trans women, and trans men compete against trans men, which you don't see at all. Like, it's funny how that's not a part of the conversation, right? Like, where all the women try to be men, try to compete in men's sports, that's happened 0 times.
That really isn't a thing, is it? Now that I never really thought of that. Like, there's no
Of course.
female to
Because
male.
of the biological difference, like a trans man would have no fucking chance against a biological.
Well, they
man.
also like they have their forearms like sliced up, and they have that weird 7-Eleven roller grill penis that can just rupture if you got kicked in it. Like, imagine that.
There's pre and post op, and like we should even kind of maybe lean into the direction of like pre-op, because most of these trans women who are competing against women, it's not like they got their dicks chopped off. They're not post-operative, they're pre-operative, right? So if you want to talk about trans men, like general say, you're talking about women who are just starting their transition and they haven't had an operation, like phalloplasty, it's called, where you take some of your skin off of either your arm or your inside leg, or to create
those
like a
are
fake
brutal.
phallus. But there's no talk about like trans men trying to compete in men's sports, because like there's no competition. They get fucking dominated. So I think that's actually something people should bring up more, because it's like, okay, well, if you want to say like it's all fair for trans women who have been men for at least going through puberty, like 20, 30 years of their life, and then they start taking hormones. See, some scientists are saying like, okay, well, if they have enough estrogen in their bloodstream, but that doesn't change like their muscular structure, like their bones are denser because they've had testosterone for 20 years. Even if you take estrogen for 10 years, it's like your estrogen levels might be way higher than a typical man or even a woman. Doesn't matter what your estrogen levels are. Like you grew up with your bones of your skeleton being significantly stronger. Your muscles are stronger. But there's obviously no talk of trans men trying to compete in men's sports, because they get fucking dominated. So I think what seems to be like the most reasonable solution is have 4 categories now, right? You have women's sports, men's sports, trans women's sports, and trans men's sports. And then
You have to
people can
put the
mostly
trans
compete on
men's
an equal
sports in there
playing
just to be inclusive. It seems it seems like so much, because they're, like you said, that nobody does that.
Like I said, I don't think people watch sports in the first place to see the best of the best, right?
It's literally
Like,
the name of a fighting movie.
I saw a woman on Piers Morgan, and she was saying that like female athletes, like WNBA athletes, should get paid the same as male athletes. And Piers Morgan was like, well, if they draw the same amount of viewers and they draw the same advertising revenue, then maybe they should get paid the same. And this woman was arguing like, no, they should just get paid the same because of equality or feminism. Like men and women should be equal; they should get paid the same. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, who's going to subsidize that? You have 1/10 or like 1/20th of the viewership. 100,000 people watch women's sports, and tens or hundreds of millions of people watch men's sports. So, what, you're going to pay those women athletes the same amount? You pay them proportional to the ad revenue that they bring in, right? And so, when you bring that up, it's like, how many people are really going to watch trans men or trans women compete? I don't know. But the point of sports in the first place is to see the best of the best compete. And like, the whole essence of it is that is as meritocratic as it can be. You want to see the best people in the world do something that you could never, like you or I, like you never fucking dream of being able to be that good at something. And that's the whole reason people tune into sports in the first place, is to see somebody do something amazing that they could never do. Right? And at the end of the day, it's kind of it's not maybe sexually fair, but men are better at sports than men are better at physical things than women for the most part. You might get the odd woman who's like really exceptional, but men are better at women than at physical feats.
I think the 4-league thing would work.
To see people perform physical feats at their absolute prime. That's the whole reason for watching.
Yeah, we saw like you said, the first time a man really beat the shit out of a woman, and it was, we tuned into it, but then we're like, oh, this is not, this isn't what as fun as I thought it would be, and I thought it was going to be really fun, but I think a 4-league solution, like a 2-state solution in Israel, would work. A 4-league solution where you have the regular two, and then you have the irregular
the 2-state solution in Israel or Palestine. But let's avoid the
we're
politics.
solving everything on the Ryan Harkness Show. We have a 2-state solution for Israel and Palestine, and we have a 4-league solution for men. Women, men to women, women to men.
Trans women should not be competing against women. Like that's absolutely, and that's the opinion. Again, I'm not like be all and all.
You don't speak for every trans person, but you probably.
I've yet to meet a single one of my trans friends out of like maybe, a dozen or so trans friends. Not a single one of them believes that trans women should be competing against women.
I believe it, and I believe you saying shit like that is what got that that episode popped from somebody. I think it's what the shit that you say. People don't like it because you're not the left's pet as they like you to be. You don't toe the line that they want you to do.
Common sense. So, I mean, it should be pretty obvious. Use some common sense, like. A trans woman should not be competing against, and like it's very anti-feminist. It's anti-woman.
Yes,
right.
It's as
anti-feminist. The whole idea of women's sports is to protect women, to give them like their own space to be able to compete in sports, do whatever they want. We joked about like not a lot of people watch women's sports, but like still they deserve the right.
Yeah, they work like that. What's that swimmer's name?
Right.
What's the female swimmer that like really raises a snake and made her her point? You know who I'm talking about. Like you could tell she worked so fucking hard to like get where she was, and even on that podium picture when Homeboy was up there in the center position on the podium.
She's been assaulted a shit ton of times too. Leah Thomas. Oh no!
Leah Thomas
is transgender guy. Fucking.
No, yeah, you're right. Leah Thomas is a transgendered woman. We're on YouTube. But you know who I'm talking about.
But
like you can tell.
She had the gold medal stolen from her, right? And now that's funny. Fucking even Google's like censoring her name. I'm trying to Google it while we're talking, and it's
she got
every single result.
She got buried on a lot of shit for.
They won't even mention the name of the woman who Leah Thomas stole the gold medal from.
Yeah, but you could tell from listening to her talk.
Riley Gaines is her name.
Riley Gaines.
I had to get to the third page, and I'm not even on Google. I'm actually on DuckDuckGo, and it still took me 3 pages to get to Riley Gaines' name, and she's been assaulted. Like multiple times. I just try to speak out for like equality of women's rights.
Yeah, I know. She's you could tell she tried, fuck people the listenership and the viewership of women's sports. Like it's still a thing. And it's still something to be respected for them to have, like you said, their own space to compete in. And to climb their own ladders in, and I could only imagine like they put proportionally speaking the same amount of work in that a man does in whatever realm or sport that they're doing, and to have some fucking 6'3" lady come in and just fucking be 30 seconds ahead because of physiology. It's fucking not cool.
Read the women's record by 30%. It's like, oh yeah, you want to say you're a woman just because maybe you have the same estrogen levels.
At the same time,
you grew up as a man for 30 years. You have 30 years worth of testosterone, like making your bone structure more like thick and like stronger.
It was funny watching Homeboy at the
30%. Like that's. Like logic should just tell you right off the bat, like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it was funny watching Homeboy at the finish line or the stopping block, like sitting there waiting in the pool, like not 3 Mississippi, like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3.
I think it was by like more than 50%. It was an insane amount. It
was a long time.
Something like 200 in like the world record of powerlifter, and when he was a man, he was like 1 of 97, 200. And then the second he decides he's a woman, he starts taking estrogen, got a little bit more estrogen in his body, and now he crushes the women's record by like over 50%.
All right, I think that's all I want out of you. That's why, look, you said everything I knew you were going to say when it comes to sports. Now, I want to ask you probably a more difficult question. Let's turn towards child rearing. And this doesn't even necessarily have anything to do with trans issues. But what do you think of, objectively, is it on equal ground? You could say parallel to the sports thing. What do you think about a child being reared in a nuclear, biological, male and female household as compared to any other LGBT dynamic? 2 women, 2 men, 2 trans men, 2 women, whatever mix that you want. Do you think that there is any detriment whatsoever when it comes to being raised by what is construed as a normal male and female mother and father?
Well, as somebody who obviously I want to have children, and in a non-conventional household, and I think that I agree with the right of gay or trans or non-nuclear couples to be able to raise children. At the same time, I'm also aware of the statistical data that shows that having both a male and female role model father figure does tend to produce better outcomes in terms of child rearing. And I think also there's probably not, comparatively, there's probably not a lot of data around gay couples or trans couples raising their children and what those outcomes are. From what I understand, digging into the psychological literature, because I'm a huge fan of Jordan Peterson, and he points to a lot of the psychological literature, and I've looked into it. Most of the literature comes from the medical science tends to kind of fall maybe 20 or 30 years behind the current times. So when I say statistically, I know a lot of the literature supports having a positive mother figure and a father figure in the family produces better outcomes for children. That's also that literature only goes so far as the 1990s. I think that
it's a tough one, isn't it?
I think it's important to try and not be ideologically motivated on the subject, and to recognize yes, having a strong mother figure and a strong father figure is really good for children. Having 2 parents as opposed to 1 is really good for children. Having one parent at home, or at least the more time that children can spend with their parent and being educated by a parent as opposed to just their peers in the school system or potentially other negative influences like gangs or any other, if they're not getting that education and that support at home, they're going to find it somewhere else, right? And so sometimes you can look at inner city areas that are poor income, and the kids that tend to do better are the ones that are able to join a gym or do something where they're able to find that support and influence, or if they're not getting it at home, they're going to get it from somewhere else. Could be a boxing coach or a sports coach or something like that. Or if they don't get it from there, then they might turn to gangs or something like that. they're going to look for that influence if they're not getting it at home. So I think ultimately what's important is providing that influence at home where they have both a masculine and a feminine figure to look up to. And say that could be two guys, and like one guy is, very motherly to the child, and the other guy is like more of like the hard ass kind of father figure. But the literature, the data does seem to support that at least having two parents in the home and one of them having like a more nurturing kind of motherly kind of like energy or like treatment towards the child, and one of them having more of like more disciplined, like grow up, be a man, be a hard ass. Like having that balance seems to be good for a child, and having two parents seems to be one of the most important things. So, whether or not, like, it's still kind of creating that essence of the nuclear family, whether or not it's like a mother and a father, or it's two fathers or two mothers, as long as there can be two parents there to give the child enough support, and then one of them can be like disciplining and the other one can be nurturing. That seems to be the most important aspect in terms of raising children who are happy and productive and have the minimal amount of psychological trauma.
I think you're right, and I think I want to add on to that. And I kind of got distracted because I'm looking at the chat. Look, I only have a handful of mods, and this is I'm not saying anybody did anything, and maybe the person who claims somebody did something is erroneous in that claim. But if you're one of my mods, if I ever give you mod status in the future, don't mute anybody unless they say it, all the stuff that you're not supposed to say on YouTube. I don't care about, they could say something if they personally insult you, me, even the guest. They could say whatever the fuck they want in here, as long as it's within YouTube's terms of service. I don't care. Don't mute them. Don't ban them. Don't do anything to them. And I'm not saying any of you did, but I'm trying to listen to the conversation with Dunny, and I keep seeing you guys and I love all you guys. I'm appreciative of you being here, but somebody did fuck with Wolco at one point. I never got to the bottom of who the fuck did that. I don't know who it was. I don't really give a fuck. It's not that big a deal to me. But it's starting to become a distraction, and I'll take everybody's fucking wrenches away. I don't give a shit. But don't mute or ban anybody. I don't care what people say. It's fine. They could say negative things about me or anybody else, and I'm not saying anybody muted anybody. Somebody did at some time to Wolco, and I still don't know who that is. But don't do it. Unless somebody says so, and I've already, look, you don't have to do anything because I already have a lot of these words banned in chat that are going to give me pop. So just take your wrench as an appreciation for being on the show. And when you guys are arguing about this in chat, you're not fucking listening to the conversation that we're having right now. That's the whole point of this show, is to have a nice conversation and watch the show. Fuck the chat. We don't care about that. So that's all I got to say about the whole fucking mod thing. You guys don't mess around, don't mute, don't ban, don't do anything unless it's absolutely warranted. Unless like somebody's like, let's fucking kill all the Jews right now. That's unless it's something like that. I don't give a fuck. Don't mute anybody. But let's go back to the thing that we should be paying attention to is I agree with you completely with what you're saying. A strong mother and father figure is imperative. And I see it as like a true sliding scale. Like, children are born in abhorrent fucking conditions. Like, children are born with not even a mother. like just dumped off at a fucking in Florida, you could have a baby, and if you don't want it, you could drop it off at the local fire station. Like, is that child in? And then they're just, you know, put into the state-run foster system, which is a rape fucking factory. And is that any better than, like, say, you know, maybe two lesbians having a child? I don't think it is better. I really don't. So I can't say definitively, like, under no circumstances can a child be raised in any positive way other than with a man and a woman. That's the only way it can fucking be done. There's so many instances of children being raised in fucking horrible conditions that, like, I could think of many that any fucking combination of not LGBTQ two parents combination that you could think of is preferable to what many children are born into. So I can't say definitively, like, yeah, it has to be a man and a woman, and they have to be perfect, and that's the only way a children can be reared and be healthy. I can't say that because, you know, I'm a realist, and I see how children are brought into the world. That being said, I don't think it's great when... And I think I usually see gay male couples do this, equate that their relationship to adopting or surrogating a child to being exactly the same as a nuclear family. I in no way think that's in the same fucking ballpark. Is that better than that child being under many other fucking horrendous circumstances? Absolutely. They have two people that possibly care about them. Yeah, I think that's way better. But do I think that any combination of LGBTQ parenting can be as ideal as what I believe the ideal is a man and a woman? I don't. I think the ideal circumstance, and you're a fan of Jordan Peterson, so he always builds hierarchies. There's always the ideal, and I think the ideal hierarchy when it comes to what a child should be reared in is a male and a female dynamic, and the biological roles that those people are playing should match the biological identity that those people are playing. So all that to say, I agree with you that I think it's better. It's possible for a healthy child to be reared from whatever combination that you want to pull out of the LGBTQ hat, but I don't think it's ideal. And that's...
Well, I think it comes down mostly to, like, what is ideal about having a mother and a father, having that nuclear family, and what is ideal about it is that you have the energy of the father, who is generally the one who's imposing discipline and instilling certain values of, like, hard work. And, you know, when you get, you know, cut up, like, say, you know, the child, they're playing and they get scraped, and the mother's gonna nurture and cuddle them, and then the father is gonna tell them, like, yeah, just dust it off and get back to playing. And, you know, so as long as you have those two energies, I don't think it matters so much about the biological organs of the mother and father figure, as long as you have both of those.
That's a good example. But what if when the mother goes to put the Band-Aid on the knee, her dick and balls falls out and knocks the Band-Aid off?
I mean, is that a serious example, or is that like?
I mean, like, it's a funny joke, but there's also
like, affect the nature of that. Okay, say her dick and balls fall out, knocks the band-aids off. She puts a new band-aid on. So as long as you have one parent,
any
giving that,
number
like,
of
motherly
like instances where I'll do it to where you could understand. Like, what if the dick and balls fall out and the child has a test tomorrow and all they think about is the dick and balls falling out of their pants? Like, are those ideal situations when a child has a biological mother and there was never a dick and balls included in this whole equation when there's a biological mother? How can I say that's ideal when I look at the hierarchy and I think to myself, what is best? What are we striving for? What are we going towards? You're always going towards something. Are you going towards a dick and balls on your mom, or are you not going towards a dick and balls?
Yeah, there's a great Jordan Peterson meme that reminds me of, and it's like something about, you know, you're going to bed with a woman and then you wake about your dick and balls, and then she whips out her dick and balls, and it's like, now that's something. Like, that's facing the grand delusion of life. Like, but
that's the funniest thing I could think of, though.
The kid's thinking about, at the same time, that would be like a small hurdle in the course of like growing up. You face a bunch of different hurdles. How much of a hurdle is, both of your parents might be men or women, or like you don't have a typical nuclear family. Fair enough. That's like something as a child growing up, you're gonna go like, okay, you're gonna face some existential crisis there, where you're like, I'm not like everyone else because my family is a little different than other families. But over the course of experience after experience after experience, right? Like if you take that example of like maybe the kids thinking the next day, oh fuck, like my mom, she's putting a band-aid on me and her dick and balls dropped out, and like nobody
And
else
then
is
knocks the
involved.
band-aid off, though. That's the funny part. And then the kid starts
yeah. But like over the course of, raising a kid for like 15 or 20 years, right? Like having, again, two loving parents is like seems to be, from the data, much more significant of like having that consistent support system versus dealing with like, and I get what you're kind of saying about the ideals. It might be less than ideal to not have a mother and father, but I think it's more ideal to have two parents who love and support the child, and that will significantly increase their likelihoods of success and being like a happy, productive individual in society, significantly more than the detail about whether or not, it's gay parents with two men or two women, or like one of them trans or whatever. Like those small details I think are less important in terms of the success and the productivity of the child, and the fact that both parents love and support the child and give them a very nurturing, supportive environment. And then you also have that like balance that we talked about before.
I agree. As long as there's two parents and they truly love and support the child and wish for them the best and act that out, like that is the ideal. If you could achieve that, like, not sorry in the chat.
Like, you have a mother and a father, and like maybe one of them, like maybe you have a crazy mother who's totally psychotic and like mentally unstable, or you have a father who's like a dick, abusive, or something like that. Those are two of the most common scenarios.
Yeah, there's plenty examples of male and female parents.
So you had even two feminine guy parents, and like they didn't necessarily get that like fatherly nurturing support, where it was like both of them were kind of like motherly nurturing, and they didn't have a hard ass role model. I think that's still better than like you could have a lot of scenarios with a male and a female who would be like, if you have a father who's coming home drinking and like being an abusive dick to the family, that's a lot worse off than like if you have a a kid who's raised by two like gay parents that are like total sissies and only giving them motherly nurturing, like they'll find the father somewhere else in life, whether like again like through like a sports coach or something like that. So, but yeah, I get what you're saying is like, yeah, the most ideal would be a true biological male who's like a loving and supportive father and gives discipline, and a true biological female who's I mean, there's just the fact that like it takes a man and a woman to create a child. So like even if you have a gay couple, they're getting a surrogate from somewhere, and there's an aspect to that is unnatural. And still, I think that's fine. It's not the most ideal. I can agree with you there. It might not be the most ideal, but as long as people are raising good children, that's kind of all that matters.
Yeah, not
Right?
not sorry in the chat is one of our fine female listeners, and she says
she popped
that
in. Nice.
her mom was
yeah.
a
I thought she
bisexual
wasn't
stripper, a
wore the
poor
plum lipstick, like
bisexual
you
stripper
suggested last time.
who was into witchcraft, which that doesn't sound fun. I'm sure that was quite a hurdle to get over as a little kid, to have a witch for a mom who was on the pole and like eating pussy and shit. That's not fun to be a little kid and watch. And that's that ideal that I supposedly put up. It's not the ideal, but you know what I mean. That's what I think that situation, like I said, it's a sliding scale in so many ways. Like you could have horrendous situations with a heterosexual nuclear family kind of couple where, like you said, the dad's a fucking abusive dick and just doing all kinds of horrendous stuff in a masculine way, and the mother's doing all kinds of horrendous stuff in a female way, and that's probably worse than like two gay guys doing a mediocre job. You know what I mean? It's probably a man and a woman raising a child, doing the worst shit that you can from a feminine perspective as the mother and a masculine perspective as a father, like the inverse of what you should be doing, pushing that child exemplarily away from what they should be doing, is probably worse than from two gay guys like not doing a decent job. Just an okay job, like throwing an iPad in front of the kid and giving them the food and care that they need. It's probably preferable than being abused by a heterosexual couple. But yeah, that's a complicated question for sure. I think that we got to move on to the political part of it, and I'm pretty sure. No, it's fine. If you got to take a piss or anything like that, that's cool. I do too.
I have to take some baking soda because I have acid reflux.
Oh, gotcha. You Alka-Seltzer is the shit. That's what I use when I get the acid reflux. Let's move on to the politics part.
Yes.
There's any number of things that we could talk about. What do you think about Trump being excluded from the Colorado ballot?
Yeah, Colorado just voted and said that he cannot be on the ballot there. I've been
Did Colorado vote to do that? Or was that a judiciary thing?
Yeah, like the justices, I think, voted. Or it might have been one judge.
I think it was just one judge. It's like, we're doing this.
Yeah, it might have just been one judge. I'm kind of waiting to see, maybe that could potentially be appealed. I'm not a legal scholar. I'm kind of like waiting on that one. Like that was some significant news, and
I think you're right. I think that's one that should be waited on. Like that could just be like headline kind of shit and turn out to be nothing. I don't know though. This is coming from the
The
same
other thing
people.
too is, like, Colorado's a kind of a purple state. How much of a swing state is it?
It's no,
it's
these
not a
days
huge
I'd say
swing
it's
state.
blue. Like I
So, like,
consider it blue.
even if Trump doesn't get Colorado, say like that by default goes to the Democrats, I still think, and we obviously talked about disagreeing on this before, is whether or not Trump will actually succeed in this next election.
He
But
won't.
say even if he isn't allowed on the ballot on Colorado, I think he'll still probably end up winning. So
You think he's gonna win? Even no, I don't think. Look, there's an argument that Colorado was never. It's so blue that it was never. Even if the decision was, it would never affect it anyway. That being said, the whole democracy thing is kind of on the table when. That you can't even have the leading Republican representative on the fucking ballot. That's kind of weird.
yeah, it definitely is like a huge.
It's a little bit weird.
Democracy in general.
I'm trying to find that. I'm looking through our DMs and I can't find that fucking Ryan Long thing. I don't know. Maybe like all our old messages are fucking gone by now. Let me try to find it on something else. Yeah, just shoot me a link to that if you can.
Chat or send it via Zoom.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Should I send it in like the YouTube chat or should I send it via Zoom?
Anything. Like just send me the link again. I mean, I could find it again. It just take a few more seconds than needed.
I've watched that so many times. It's so fucking good.
But yeah, I'm going to talk about that later in the show, Trump being taken off the ballot. I know we've talked about this a few times, and we'll probably talk about it in the future. I think I showed you that chart, the timeline of the American 2020 election, and it was just at 3 a.m. A straight hockey stick blue going on. I think that's going to happen again. And Tucker did a video of this not too long ago. I think I'm going to play it later on in the show. The mask is off when it comes to how much they're. Thank you for that link. Let me get that there. Don't do it now. All right, yeah, I think it's I think they're gonna do it again, and I think it's there's no way, there's no way that
it's gonna be so overpowered. Even at this point, like just and what the fuck do I know? But like just seeing like a lot of Democratic centered footage of people interviewing people. Going like, I voted for Biden last time, and like, I don't know who I'm gonna vote for this time, but I'm not gonna vote for Biden. And just how much people are realizing how much of an issue it is. It seems to me like Trump's gonna just win by default because, like, it seems almost like 50% of the people that voted for Be Like Never Trump have seen how much damage he's done and gone, oh my God, like, I would rather vote for Trump than have 4 more years of this.
Well, you're right. It's if the elections were real, like Trump would win by a fucking landslide, by a huge margin. But they're not real. Like that, I don't know what you're getting at. You're in Canada. Dunny's in Canada, by the way. Like, God only knows what kind of filters are on your internet and your
fucking Trudeau for the last 8 years. Like, good God.
Like, what do you think of that? Like that. Let's get into that a little bit. I mean, like, how on earth do you have Trudeau?
When I was like 19, I voted for Trudeau, and it was like one of the biggest regrets of my life. Because like when I was 19,
you were 19 though. Who cares?
I was 19, and he was talking about like gay rights and gay marriage and shit, and I was like, yeah. I'm like, I didn't even think about politics on like multiple levels deep.
I get that.
And then I voted for Ford, and then You know, now like I just got my
Welcome back, band.
in the mail fucking membership card to the Conservative
Who
Party.
is that? What is that? Wait, hold that up again.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? Ladies and gentlemen, in Canada, you have a, there you go, right there, 2024 Conservative partner. Who is that sexy young man on there?
That's Pierre Poilievre.
And you're doxing yourself with your name on it.
Oh,
yeah,
whatever. What are people gonna do? Fuck.
Yeah.
Trans people are in the
So what is this card though? Like why is there a card? Like what is that?
Well,
Explain to me
you've
the
heard
Canadian way.
The term like card carrying party member, right? Like a card carrying communist, a card carrying conservative, card carrying. So I officially got my card as a member of the Conservative Party. I've been contributing and trying because.
So you gave them money, is what you did, right?
So much that I've started doing work for the Conservative Party of Canada.
Who's the guy in Canada?
Pierre Poilievre is the guy who's like, you know, he's got a couple of like viral videos.
Is that the nigga
like
who was eating the apple and shit?
Yeah.
Oh, the apple guy.
He's the apple guy. He's like, oh yeah, which some people would say that you're this. Which people?
I know apple guy.
Who says that? I've never spoken in those terms. Like, and he's ripped a lot of journalists to shreds that have tried to fuck him over. And you know, my uncle, I brought him up. I was like, what do you think of Pierre Poilievre? He goes, he talks a good game, but listen, I've been in the political game long enough to know. I've seen a lot of people like this that talk a good game until he actually gets elected and he becomes prime minister. And if he even does 20% of the shit he says he's going to do, like, I got no faith, right? So he's been around for at least 30 years longer than me. He probably knows some shit that I don't. So I have some hope for Pierre Poilievre. But until he gets elected, we'll see. But in the meantime, it's like I want to do anything I can to try and fight against Trudeau.
So speaking of elections, like I'm completely ignorant of the Canadian system because I completely don't care. Like you're our retarded little brothers from the north. It's not of consequence to me whatever happens up there. I don't mean that in.
That's why I care so much about American politics.
Yeah.
It matters more than even our politics.
What? When was Trudeau instated as prime minister? What year?
So 8 years ago, I think. Now,
8 years ago? He's 8 years? Okay, that's not... 2014, 20... That's still a long time. Like, do you have elections every 4 years?
Like 8 years now. And he even hosted like a bullshit election in the middle of COVID that like instead of going on the typical like 4-year cycle, he hosted a midterm election in the middle of the pandemic because he knew he would win so that he could extend his term by...
That's how he did that?
Yeah, he hosted an election in the middle of the pandemic. It was like a midterm election.
That was his decision to do that?
And it didn't need him. But he extended his term by like another 2 or 3 years by doing that.
From an emergency decree or just like hosting a midterm when it wasn't time for the presidential election?
Yeah. The second thing, it was like he made another election when it wasn't like necessary. Like we wouldn't have had an election for another 2 years, but he's like, let's have another election.
And he won?
So that yeah, exactly. Because it's just like
what year was that? When he won? What year did he win? What year did he win when he did that? It
was 2021, I think.
2021. That kind of makes sense. A lot of people were completely retarded then too. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it seems fishy to me that he's still there. Like every Canadian that I've ever spoke to is like, "Oh, this is fucking gay. I can't take this shit anymore. I'm so over this. I can't wait for. I wish I could vote for Trump."
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. I think like the thing is, it's like the immigrant thing. Like so there's a huge difference between America and Canada in terms of the concentration of the population. So like you have 50 plus states, which all have capitals, which have a decent population. In Canada, there's like all of the population is concentrated around Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal.
You should have an electoral college to take care of that, like we do here. It's pretty fucking great.
A bit of a good idea there.
Yeah, it's a great idea. You know, everything about America on paper is a fucking great idea. I wish we actually did it, and then we would have America, but we're not doing that.
Do more of it than any other country in the world. So
that kind of clears up my questions.
About last time, it's like you're gonna leave America and escape to where, nor you're gonna solve the problem. I'm gonna like everyone else in the world, they want to escape their country and come to America. Reason for that, even though it's not perfect.
Oh, you want to run here?
Almost every country in the world wants to leave their country and immigrate to America.
It seems like it sounds like what you're saying, everybody in the West wants to leave their country and go someplace else. Kind of weird, huh? Kind of goes along with what I'm saying, right? But I guess we'll get into the political realm. I mean, I don't mean to. I like you, Dunny, a lot, and I don't mean to. And I don't take this as an insult to. I think you're a very intelligent person. I think you're sharp. I have no idea what your environment is like when it comes to what propaganda that you're exposed to. Everybody is, and myself included. I am and have been subject to propaganda that I fell for. Absolutely, 100%. And then through empiricism, I found out that I was wrong. And I am one of the few people that this is something that I take pride in. When I find out that I stepped in poo-poo and I made a wrong decision, I admit it. I'm like, oh, I fucked up. Like I was wrong about that. I was
swindled by this propaganda or this bullshit.
Maybe you were, and I don't know what you have been subjected to. Like I'm not a Canadian, and God only knows what you are subjected to. Seriously, like I could see that being quite a thing. But I fucked up. I don't think I fucked up by voting for Trump. I've always been a Trump voter. We've had some disagreements, I'd say, when it comes to like when I say Trump fucked up here and there. You feel like your explanation to me is always you can't expect perfect out of the guy, and you always mentioned I think a very glaring spot on Trump's record is his resistance to pardon Julian Assange, who I think is the quintessential journalist.
But it's also a very complicated thing. I mean,
why is it a complicated thing?
We're gonna go a little bit into the weeds of political stuff here.
Let's figure it out.
I don't know if we're gonna figure it out. I've spent like countless hours talking about.
I think I've figured it out. I could be wrong, but I think I know why.
So, I am somebody who very much respects the deep state, and the more I've looked into geopolitical,
can I stop you?
Where
I need to know what that means, though. So when you say you respect the deep state, so can I illustrate something for you?
Branches of the military and the CIA in terms of international intelligence.
And you think that they have
from presidents, but it's essentially all of the stuff that the United States engages, like military actions or intelligence actions that the United States engages in around the world. And the more I've looked into any individual one of these and seen, oh, the CIA did this, they did a coup and installed like a dictator here, or they interfered with this, particular international event here. Every single time I've looked into one of those, I look at the situation and I go, well, it seems like it probably would have been worse off if the US didn't interfere. So, in terms of global US interventionism, I am kind of a proponent of that because I've yet to see a situation where if the US didn't interfere, it would have been better. And I know that's a very controversial opinion to take, but I'm I generally support the branch of the CIA and the US military that intervenes
Right.
global foreign affairs.
You want to hear something crazy that I've never told on this show or anybody? And I probably shouldn't say it, but I've thought about saying it a lot, and I think I'm going to say it tonight. My dad was a Navy SEAL.
Mm-hmm.
And he fought in a war. You know what that war was?
Which war?
It was led. It wasn't an official war. They don't fight in official wars, really.
Yeah, of course, exactly. Yeah.
It was directed by said CIA that has all our best interests at heart. Who knows how to, manipulate geopolitics to the for the good of the West, as they would say.
The world.
What stuff way beyond your or my understanding when it comes to our well-being. They make our decisions for us when it comes to our tax dollars being spent and blood being shed. But my family interacted in some of those skirmishes. He may or may not have had a specific mission in Nicaragua to steal all the cocaine that he could from what was his name? I don't remember his name, but he blew up boats and stole cocaine. And then he gave that cocaine to the CIA, and then that CIA took that cocaine and turned it into crack cocaine and sold it to in my country, and then destroyed the black community. That's what the CIA did with the Navy SEALs. That's only one example. Noriega. Thank you, Daniel Maxfield. Noriega in Panama.
So that's
what the let me finish.
I'll let you finish.
After that, he told me, I had to murder farmers and people that looked at me in the eye and begged for their life, and they had children and wives, and they were just trying to make money in their poor communities. But I blew up their boats, I burned down their farms, I took all their cocaine and gave it to the CIA, and the CIA turned it into crack cocaine and resold it to American people. That's one of those coups that you're talking about. That's that's just a tiny drop in the bucket of everything that we do.
Has grown into a lot of different rogue factions. Right? So
yes, I'm sure it has.
Fight against communism, but they have grown now to where there are so many different branches that don't even talk to each other, that even the president doesn't have the ability to look into all of these different CIA operations, and they're doing a lot of shitty stuff. It's complicated. That's why I said it at the beginning of when we brought up the CIA. I said it's a little complicated because I know
but listen, this is you say it's complicated. Dunny, give me a second.
In the situation that you described, that was a shitty thing the CIA did. But on the same hand, on the other side of the world, when they're involved in certain geopolitical things in Europe and the Middle East, the CIA has done a lot to make America stronger and to prevent dictators from, for example, developing nuclear weapons or
Oh,
being able
you
to
sweet summer child. you have to realize these are the talking points.
It does do a lot of bad shit. I agree, but there's also certain necessary things that they have done as well, and it's
I'm
because
sure.
like the way
That's
it works
what I
is
hear.
so broken up where there's different divisions that like they don't communicate with each other, and there's no central authority, and there's definitely
gotcha.
shitty things that they've engaged in, especially in South America.
Yeah,
they've
you know,
committed a lot of different crimes.
when I go to those motorcycle clubs,
They've done a lot of good shit in
comprised
Europe and the Middle East.
of ex-Navy SEALs from the early 80s and 90s, and they all have PTSD from murdering innocent people for stuff that didn't benefit the West or anything and actually contributed to just bankers' wars and shit like that. And why they, half of them had committed suicide and a lot of them like throw up and wake up in the middle of the night. They always say like, it's complicated. It's complicated, these operations, and it's very complicated. It's not that complicated, Dunny. It's not at all. These people are liars and thieves, and they press buttons to murder people all over the world to enrich themselves.
I mean, if you want to argue that it's not complicated, like, let's dig into the weeds, because it is complicated.
No, it's not complicated.
And yes, you're right that they do certain things that are like, that was a horrible thing. That, like, a lot of the stuff in South America, like importing drugs and like destroying communities in South America.
How can that be possibly construed in the bigger plan?
You have to balance those two things, where it's like, yes, they've done horrible things. They've also done amazing things that have saved the country.
Like what? Name one.
By its own nature, it's complicated.
What are one of the things that they've done to save the country?
Like a coup in Iran where they installed Mohammad Mossadegh as the supreme ruler of Iran and like stopped a dictator, and same in Iraq as well. They stopped several dictators in the Middle East.
So our Middle East actions are one of the altruistic, awesome things that we've done in the West.
People know about, not like.
Do you know what Iran looked like in the 1950s, Dunny?
The stuff they did in like the 50s and the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. They did a lot of stuff there that was like, it prevented dictators from developing nuclear weapons or like killing millions of people. Like there's CIA agents who have saved millions of people, innocent people, from getting killed in the Middle East because of the actions that they did there.
You really believe that?
I mean, you can look into it and prove me wrong. But like, you think like the coup that they did installing Mohammad Mossadegh as like one of the leaders of Iran was a bad thing, because like what the alternative was.
No, I think we should have never fucked with the Middle East.
Never involved ourselves at all. And that's kind of like the point that I'm saying is like, I have a bit of a controversial opinion in terms of supporting American interventionism, because when you look in any of these situations, if America did not get involved, like there was a very contentious, horrible situation that like it would have been a lot worse.
Like, it's complicated, right? Like that's what I always hear. Like if we hadn't have done this, there would have been massive catastrophes if we hadn't done this.
For our segment in 2 weeks, if you want to like dig into the details of, you can name any operation that the CIA was involved in.
The one where my dad slit a Mexican's throat and stole his brick of cocaine.
I don't know as much South American ones, but in the Middle East, all the operations that America was involved in, we like every single time America like saved the Middle East from like a very vicious, like a Mao style dictator.
I don't believe that at all. I think that's total horseshit.
Like, okay, so we can we should obviously pull up evidence. So like we can pick a couple of these incidents if you want, and we can do that for the next segment as well. Like we can each choose 2 incidents. Like you can show me 2 incidents where the
Here,
CIA
I got one for you. Weapons of mass destruction. There's your CIA. There's your NSA. There's all your intelligence agencies.
Well,
justify
again,
that one.
Okay. Well, how this is like a little bit subtly complex. The NSA.
It's complex, is it? You know, it's not really that complex. It was a fucking outright lie. It was a complete lie that got us into 20 years of war that led us nowhere other than printing money and the hell that we have now. You know?
So here's the problem of why it's so complex, right? Even though the PRISM program violates the First Amendment, and I, like you, I agree the First Amendment is like the most important. At the same time, like if China is doing it and Russia is doing it, and we don't actually monitor the citizens, and we don't actually have a national security agency with that ability to have the most intense surveillance system in the world, then China and Russia will just surpass us. It's exactly what happened with the emperor during the Opium Wars, when the British Navy just went up all the rivers of China and just decimated China because he's like, oh, we have the strongest navy. Like, it's impossible that the British Navy could overwhelm us. And it's like, well, you know, they're engaging in these practices, and it's important to respect the First Amendment, but it's also equally as important for the United States to be the most powerful nation in the world. And part of how they do that is through their surveillance operations, through their relationships with international intelligence.
So you think the international intelligence agencies comprised of the CIA, the Mossad, the NSA, et cetera, have the West's best interests at heart? You really believe that?
I mean, at least they have their own best interests at heart.
Yes, I agree with you there. That's the first thing that you said that's actually correct.
For the United States to
but like
you
and me, do you think they have, you know, the people that pay for it, do you think they have our best interests at heart?
By our rising tide, lifting all boats. We benefit from that rising tide.
We do? We benefit? How have we benefited since 9/11?
We all benefit. Because if it's not the U.S., then China is going to have hegemony. And then, do you think
they're having hegemony?
If China has
they're winning. I don't know if you know that. I know their economy is somewhat massively contingent on ours, but they are winning in the whole.
Tell me how. Tell me how.
Because the value of the dollar is plummeting, and people are already trading oil in Chinese currency.
China's economy is imploding on itself right now. It's absolutely imploding on itself.
So I got a question for you. If
somebody who has literally said things that you would almost compare me to Trudeau for having respect for Xi in China and some of the stuff that he was doing 3 or 4 years ago, and it's out of a neutral opinion, but over the last 2 years, China's economy is imploding. They're fucking up. It's really bad. And you brought up OPEC in the last discussion, and I was like, OPEC's not going to overtake the US dollar. Are you fucking kidding me?
They are. It's
the
already done.
Like I said, only 10-11% of US currency that circulates through the world is to buy and sell.
You're speaking in the 90s.
It's OPEC might overtake the petrodollar, but in 50 years, but it's also not really going to affect the total value of the US dollar that much.
It completely is. We're getting into the weeds. I want to ask you one more thing for the political part.
Sorry, yeah.
If the West's, let's call it the CIA, the Mossad, those are the big players, have and you already said they don't have our interests at heart, they have their interests at heart. I already see that as a glaring fuck up on the direction that we're going, but why would, and you're a staunch supporter of Israel, why would Israel send 5 Mossad agents to film the event of 9/11 on the top of a Jersey rooftop, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that they knew that it was going to happen and they got caught doing it? Why do you think that these Western intelligence agencies and our CIA knew about it too? Why do they have our best interests at heart? Like, what is it about crashing planes into our buildings?
Mossad agents filmed 9/11 before it was happening.
Yeah, that's a fact. That happened.
Obvious blackmail material to hold against the U.S. Like, you think, like, not all these intelligence agencies, they don't all have the same goal. I mean, it's all good.
Yeah,
for
but
them
you
to
support
have
Israel,
US
though.
hegemony.
Like, they...
Yeah, Israel is a U.S. ally, but they always want to have that dirt on America.
Yeah, but why would a U.S. ally let us get attacked in the way that we were attacked on 9/11?
So that they have dirt on us.
So this isn't a fun game to play. Like, these people are not people to be supported or trusted in any way, and you keep saying it's complicated, and we need to trust them because it's complicated.
Not like your friend. No, it's not. It's not like.
No, I know it's not like my friend. It's actually.
US are friends. Like,
it's actually like my enemy.
There's a strategic advantage to supporting Israel or using Israeli intelligence or just being able to offer them things that would like provide each other a strategic advantage. It's like enemies that have a strategic alliance.
So you would still call somebody an ally that knew that you were going to have an attack the likes of which of 9/11? You would still call them an ally even though they allowed that to happen without cluing you in on it?
So maybe this
is
would
it
be
complicated?
Like an interesting answer to your question, right? You ever watch that show Billions?
No.
With Paul Giamatti?
I don't watch TV.
Okay. So in Billions, the main character, this guy, he runs a hedge fund, and he's got another guy who runs another hedge fund. And there's the situation that goes down where he knows like the U.S. attorney is going to come and arrest him within an hour, but he needs him to make a statement about collapsing the Nigerian currency. So he gets the phone call and he's like, these agents are coming to arrest Lawrence Boyd in an hour. And he doesn't tell him. And he makes him go on air and make the statement. And because he has a short position against the Nigerian currency. So he lets him make the statement. And then after he comes off air and he's like, hey, the U.S. attorneys are coming to arrest you. And he tries to raise like, you can't run. It's already too late. And he goes, oh, that was the call you got before I went on air. You could have warned me an hour ago. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, but you didn't because you needed me to make that statement on air. Right? That's the kind of relationship where it's adversarial and to each other's mutual advantage. Like, it's not like your best friend, where your best friend, when he got the call, he would have warned you and he would say, get the fuck out of there. But the U.S. and Israel and all the different countries, they have an adversarial relationship, even though they have a greater adversary against Iran and Russia or China or whatever. But the relationship between the U.S. and Israel, it's not like they're fucking best friends, like you and your best friend. It's like it's a mutually beneficial relationship.
I'm feeling the benefits today in 2023. It's really going well for me and you too. Like all this this beneficial stuff. Like I'm really feeling the benefits of it. Aren't you? Don't you feel the benefits?
You know what? Like we could be in communist Russia right now, but we're not.
I actually wish I was in communist Russia right now.
The Russians were in 1940, right?
I don't know. I think it feels like I don't know if
it's
it's
really
a Canadian thing.
You don't know we're better off than the Russians in 1940. Like definitely better off.
We currently are better than the Russians were in 1940, but are we in our stance of moving into the next 10 years? Are we better than Russians are now moving into the next 10 years? And I can't I can't with a definitive yes say yes at all.
Well, look at the average Russian right now. And what's the
what do you know about the average Russian?
I know they do not have the same access to economic freedom that the United States has.
Are we really economically free?
Even Canada's not as bad as Russia's going to be in 10 years. Like,
I guess. I don't know. Like you could swallow anything, it appears now, if you if you've seen the result of Western hegemony taking place and how it's affected you, I mean, you're about 10 years, not quite 10 years younger than me, but you've been alive since 9/11. You've seen the Patriot Act. You've seen weapons of mass destruction. You've seen. What do I think of what?
You a fan of Dick Cheney or not?
You broke up. Sorry. Am I a fan of what?
What do you think about Dick Cheney? Are you a fan of
Dick Cheney? I would shoot Dick Cheney in the back of the head, execution style, if I could right now.
I'm a fan of Dick Cheney.
I think you are. I think you are a 2002 American Republican. Like it's what you are. You're like the Twin Towers just got hit outside of fucking Toronto instead of the United States.
About all the shit
but
Dick
that was
Cheney
20
did.
years ago, and we've
I know
seen judge them by the fruits of their labor, Donnie. We see
all the shit Dick Cheney did. I know about all the stuff that he did, but I still support him anyway.
I guess you're a neocon in every sense of the term.
I'm a liberal, actually, but
maybe their horseshoe theory makes them one and the same. But that's very interesting. I think I gotta pee, and we gotta move on with the rest of the show. But that leaves me with a lot of shit that I want to ask you for. I don't know, 2 weeks from now. I got to look at the calendar. I don't know if I'm going to do a show. I'm going to be going on vacation. That's why, obviously, we did a show tonight. You are the one that brought it to my attention that the 24th, which is tomorrow, is going to be Christmas Eve. So we did this tonight, and plenty of people have tuned in tonight. It's been a good show so far, but I'm going to come up with some more trends, more political stuff to talk to you about, and we're going to do that 2 weeks from now, or something close to that. I got to look at the calendar. But you got anything to plug? You got anything like that? I know you're...
no, I got nothing to plug. I don't do social media.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, maybe. We had talked about maybe talking about Vivek, but maybe we should.
Oh yeah, Vivek. We could save that for next time. I know the debate that they just had is pretty fresh. I'm about to piss my pants though, and I think there's going to be plenty of Vivek that's still relevant 2 weeks from now because people are still talking about him. So let's do that next time for sure. I'll jot that down and we'll get into that in our politics segment. But that's all I got tonight. Thank you for joining me tonight. As always, it was fucking fun. We burned up fucking like an hour and a half, something like that, which is always great. You saved me so much time preparing for a show. I probably prepared too much. As always, I love it.
It's like, it's a funny segment. I don't need to pretty much cite 2 videos.
Oh, that's great. Every 2 weeks, couple videos here and there, and then I can just talk to you for the rest of the time. I love it. But Dunny, do you want me to plug your Twitter or anything like that at least?
Well, no, like I said, if people visit my Twitter, be prepared to see.
You're a mod in chat, so I'll let you do that if you want. But tonight we have, if you're just tuning in for the first time, this is Dunny. This is my LGBTQ correspondent when it comes to politics and LGBTQ issues. And that's about it. I'm about to have urine shoot out of my eyes, so I gotta go, and we're gonna take a break.
Just play the Ryan Long video.
Oh yeah, let's play.
At least.
Let's play the Ryan Long video actually right now. And while it's playing, I remember it. I'll go take my piss. I think I'll have enough time to do that, and then we'll touch on that real quick bore we go. Okay.
Like 30 times.
And that'll set up.
All right.
I think. Let me think. Where's that Ryan Long video? There it is. I gotcha. Okay, and let me pull this up here. Browser 2, is it? Doink. Yeah, that's it. All right. not as polished as I like, but I got to go up here. Let's go.
In a bold move, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has demanded that Hamas return its hostages immediately. And while some people have called this an empty gesture, Trudeau has made one of the most brilliant geopolitical moves in history by letting Hamas know if those hostages are not returned by Monday, he is fully prepared to add Hamas to the 2S LGBTQIA+ acronym.
And you gotta hand it to Justin for saying, and I quote, "If you don't think I have the stones to add letters to the acronym, well then you don't know me very well. Please give me a reason. There's two things that give me joy, adding letters to that acronym and dressing up as different races. And I'm fresh out of face paint."
Trudeau has said that he can have the Hamas logo on every gay pride flag in the country by sundown if he chooses to. And he has told the leader of Hamas that he better pray 6 times a day that he's not in the mood this afternoon because he's feeling a little peckish to pop another letter on there as we speak.
The leader of Hamas said that he thinks Justin Trudeau is bluffing, but was also visibly shaken during the interview at the idea of being inducted into the gay umbrellas permanently.
Trudeau further responded by saying, "Look at the G's and T's. Remember when those were a separate thing? Not so separate now. It appears you don't know who you're dealing with because I can have drag queens teaching kids the Quran decked out in full gear before you can blink. And I'm not talking about adding Hamas to the plus either, right smack in the middle. And I'll be flying that flag full mast through majority Muslim neighborhoods, letting them know that Hamas is about that life."
And Trudeau finished his speech by saying, "I might just around and put a super mosque in the gay village," with the Canadian Muslim Caucus releasing a statement saying, "You don't understand, this guy's serious," and begging Hamas to do whatever he asks.
Oh my God.
At take 5,
Thank
you
God.
stay in your car because we're faster.
I almost
than
pissed myself. But that leads us into next week. What do you think? We'll just touch on this real quick before we go. Oh shit, Dunny hung up, I guess. The left's infatuation with look, I'm no fucking fan of Israel. You guys know this. But on the flip side of that, like, it's funny watching them having... Oh, there you are.
That we were talking about on the video before we go. So, tuning in case you wanted to talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, 1 second.
You need to unmute yourself. I've sent it to unmute.
Am I muted?
But you need to unmute yourself.
Holy smokes. Dude.
I
am. There we go. Sorry about that.
Yeah. There we go.
Is it because I...
Yeah. I was watching it and you were like, yeah, we'll talk about that for a minute before we go. So
I had to pee so bad I had to run down there. Why did it mute? Because I walked away for more than a minute? Is that what that was?
I muted you because
okay.
I'm Zoom, so I was muting. Am I able to hit a bong, or is that like something that needs to be censored?
You're smoking tobacco, right? So it's fine. Yeah.
Yes.
Dunny's...
Exactly.
Dunny's...
I'm not even lying. I don't even smoke weed anymore for like a few years.
There you go.
Tobacco.
Dunny's smoking tobacco, which is a perfectly fine thing to do on YouTube. And considering all the shit that I've gotten away with on YouTube, I think that would be absolutely fine. By the way, you could super chat this program. If you have it, you got to get them in now. If you have any questions for Dunny, you have to super chat me at buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show. You can follow me on Twitter at Ryan Harkness _. Let me check those real quick just to make sure nothing come in. I don't want to miss anything. That would be fucking tragic, is a show that gets so few super chats as this one does to miss one. And I didn't. Thank you, Rex, earlier, for fucking rocking it. He carried the whole thing with those fucking 5 coffees. Thank you, Rex. So yeah, we're gonna use that for next week for sure. The whole it's this weird dynamic that and I'm sure that's gonna be a point of contention with you too. You see it in the colleges, right? Most college students have a proclivity towards free Palestine, death to Israel, that kind of shit, right? What is that to say that there's not a massive Jewish influence in colleges? Would you say that? I wouldn't. No, there's not. So that's why I say they may have painted themselves into a corner in some way or another. But we'll talk about that next week. I think that is a good topic. And the Vivek shit, all that. All right. What else you got? I gotta get out of here.
One thing I would like to say is, maybe I'll save it for next week.
You want to save it?
I'll save it for next week.
Okay, save it for next one.
Yeah, I'll save it for next week. But I mean, we just played the video about Trudeau adding Hamas to the LGBTQ.
This shit is funny. LGBTQ blue eye H Hamas.
Because it made me feel good to be like, oh, here's how fucking, the LGBTQ community can give them a slap in the face.
You can't even say it.
I could just imagine some of the Hamas leaders or any of these people fucking seething at that.
They wouldn't be happy about it. I can tell you that. Like they throw off of fucking rooftops. I don't think they would really like that.
Throw a super mosque in the middle of the
mosque. A super mosque is pretty funny.
That might be his best segment. That he's the best video he's ever done.
Yeah, Ryan Long and Danny Polachuk is good shit. I suggest you go check that out. All right, I'm getting out of here, Dunny. Thank you. I appreciate your appearance, and I'll see you 2 weeks from now, most likely.
Enjoy. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well.
Happy New Year. I said Happy Holidays to a coworker of mine. He's like, I knew the fucking Happy Holidays shit. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
It is Christmas, God damn it, and Happy New Year. All right, I'll catch you later. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
See ya. Doink, 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 doink. Good night. Doink. Doink. All right. That was Dunny, ladies and gentlemen. Wowza. Always fucking... Oops. Sorry about that. Always interesting when it comes to that young gal. This is just, like... I'm loath to say anything about... what she feels when she doesn't have the ability to retort. But goddamn, if you could just put me in a time machine and take me back to 2002, that feels like how you become Dunny. Minus the whole, trans thing. But, politically, that's how you become Dunny. Being an American, yeah, Dunny is funny as hell. It's just... I think Canada has to be a different place. It really does. You haven't seen how this shit plays out, and maybe you have, and I'm the one who's wrong. I've been wrong before. I don't know, but that's why I like to talk to Dunny. It's pretty good because she is like the quintessential right winger that I kind of butt heads against. It seems like. The rah-rah Israel right-winger and the fucking rah-rah Trump right-winger. I have all the ideals that you do. I want the best for the West and America, and I push back against all this gay Biden bullshit. But at the same time, goddamn, I don't think that's the right way to do it. But maybe we could work that out through conversation. I got more show for you guys. I think I'm going to blast through the last of it. I need to fill up my vino, and I think I only got I was counting in my head because I knew that Ryan Long video was 90 seconds, and at 85 I ran out and bailed on my piss. So I still have a little bit of piss left, and I need to fill my drink again. I'm going to play you guys a 3-minute parody song, and I'm going to fill up my wine, and then we'll get back with more show, and I'll blast through the rest of the content I have. By the way, this is the Ryan Harkness Show. If you're just tuning in, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. You can super chat me at buymeacoffee.com/@Harkness Show. Follow me on Twitter at Ryan Harkness _. I am going to take a quick break. You guys don't go anywhere. And when we come back, we got plenty of whimsy, less political and gay-oriented shit. When we come back right here on the Ryan Harkness Show, give me just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Let's do this one right here. Dildo. Boom.
I want to open up Mike's Dildo City, okay? And I'm going to put it right next to Fat Diane Ernst's place. And I'm gonna, and you know what? I might even give her competition in the thrift side. I'm gonna sell used dildos. How do you like that? I got a whole section of used dildos.
You could be the next Dan's Fan City.
Oh, absolutely.
Set with dildos.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the simple fact that I'm recycling and having a used dildo section will put me on environmental maps everywhere.
Revolution.
Going green. You could actually have your ceiling fans made out of dildos.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Come on down to Max Hughes Dildo City where your ass gets streamed and you save $350. Take one of our used dildos home, yeah. Come on down to Max Hughes Dildo City, we clean the butt plugs so they are no shitty. Take one of our used dildos home, yeah. Our rubber penises come with a warranty. They're gently used but free disease, and our super low prices are tough to beat. If you can find a deal that's better than mine, stick it where the sun don't shine.
How do you like that? I got a whole section of used dildos. I guarantee you, I will have them properly cleaned.
I gotta tell you, if I saw a dildo and it said Firehawk on it, I'd be like,
yeah. Bags and bitches come out to play. You gotta relieve some stress at the end of the day. Ball to ball inventory, it's a dildo buffet. Saving the world one rubber dick at a time. Spanish polishes them up till they shine. Come on down to Max Hughes Dildo City where your ass gets streamed and you save $350. Take one of our used dildos home, yeah. Come on down to Max Hughes Dildo City, we clean the butt plugs so they aren't all shitty. Take one of our used dildos home. Some wiggle, some tickle, some vibrate and hum. We got great deals like 2 for 1. BOGO dildo means twice the fun. They're guaranteed to make you come, or you could return it for a full refund. Come on down to Max Hughes Dildo City where your ass gets streamed and you save $350. Take one of our used dildos home, yeah. Come on down to Max Hughes Dildo City, we clean the butt plugs so they aren't all shitty. Take one of our used dildos home. So come on down, come and take one of our used dildos home, yeah. So come on down, come and take one of our used dildos home. Oh, come on down to the used dildo city. This never was the way I planned, not my intention.
Welcome back to the Ryan Harkness Show. This is the gayest song I've ever done. An a cappella cover of Katy Perry. This is all my voice. No instruments whatsoever. I'll give you a little taste.
I kissed the girl and I liked it. Taste of her cherry chapstick.
Pretty gay. Alright, this is the Ryan Harkness Show, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You can send me a super chat by going to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show. I'm kind of drunk. And follow me on Twitter, or X as they're calling it, at Ryan Harkness _.
No, I don't even know your name.
So, you like it, not sorry? I have a few of these. I got bored. God damn. I'm just clicking buttons now. It's gayer than Temple. Is it gayer than Temple? I don't think it is. All right, enough of that. All right, let's get back into the fucking content. I make sure not to drink before. Thank you. Not sorry. I appreciate that. I don't though. I'm fucking a garbage singer and a garbage person, and just trying to make the best of it. I try not to drink before shows. I typically pour my first drink for. Seriously, appreciate it. When people say that, I'm very flattered. Not sorry, but you are your greatest critic, and I don't buy it. There's something about me that I'm disgusted by, which probably motivates me to do the kind of content that I do. Yeah, I don't drink before a show. I learned this a long time ago in broadcasting. Don't get fucked up before you get on air. Right when I get on the fucking show, I fucking get after it though, and I get fucked up during the show. Tonight, I had a little bit of a pregame because it's Christmas and I have Christmassy shit to do with family and stuff. So I had a few tequilas and a glass of wine or two at the shindig that I went before this. So I was 3 deep before I even fucking went live, and now I'm probably 6 or 7 deep, and I'm gonna try to do the rest of the show. So that's I learned that lesson, like I said, a long time ago, because there's some recordings of me on air, my God, when I should not have been fucking in front of a microphone. I remember when I have kids. I don't know if you're talking about me, Anus. I have plenty of kids. The scariest moment of my life, I was a co-host of a radio show, and we just got done with a fucking event where the host of the show got fucking wasted, fucking obliterated, and we had to go on air. Our show was on at night. We did a night show, and we had to go on after the party. And the host who ran this is before I learned how to run a board and all that kind of stuff. He ran the board, all that kind of stuff. He was the host of the show, and he was fucked up, and it scared the fuck out of me. I was the co-host, and I was fucking terrified that he was so drunk. And that's probably the defining moment of when I was like, no, I'm not gonna get too. And I've gotten fucked up on air, and it was embarrassing. Angie says, share the songs. You mean let me see my playlist here. Let me think if I could upload this playlist music. Is that it? Is it screen share that I would do? Screen share. This is everything on my screen. No, that's not everything on my screen. But what I was going to do is show you all the shit that I have. I have a lot of stuff. Maybe I will. I used to have it all up on SoundCloud, like a SoundCloud rapper. I think it's 2.5 hours worth of shit. And I took it off when I stopped broadcasting. I might put it all up. It's a lot of stuff. But it's I took it off because it's all irrelevant now. Who wants to hear, for example, if I am in Tampa radio, right? Why would you want to hear about a competing Tampa radio show from San Antonio that had mostly Mexican listeners? When they called into their show, I heard their accent was always hey Billy Madison, I'm a big fucking listener, and I think your show is really funny. And I made a song about how all their listeners are Mexican. You guys want to hear that kind of shit? No, I assume nobody does. I'll play that song while I go grab a snack. It's 1:59. I probably am doing that to my detriment, but 2 minutes long. Here's an example of one of the fucking dozens of songs that I have that I could put on SoundCloud or something. One in the chat if I should upload all this shit to SoundCloud. Don't vote yet. Don't vote yet. Listen to this 2-minute song. I think you're going to vote no, which is 2, that I should just fucking keep them for rejoiners and shit. So I'm making fun of a rival radio show about all their listeners rather being Mexican.
Taco, guacamole, tortillas, Mexico. I love picante. Taco, guacamole, tortillas, Mexico. I love picante.
When I listen to Billy Madison show, one thing that I have found, most of their callers from San Antonio sound like their skin is brown. I think they're all wet bags, eat beans and rice, and barely speak English. When Billy gets his ratings from Arbitron, he's mostly depending on Pedro and Juan. Oh, Billy, don't you know your listeners are mostly Mexicans? They really seem to like you. Oh, now, Billy, don't you know your listeners are mostly Mexicans? Los amigos are like you.
Taco, guacamole, tortillas, Mexico.
They got so pissed. They were like, this is fucking racist, man. This is fucking bullshit that they would fucking... Those Tampa people are fucking racist.
Check out the Billy Madison Facebook page. Look at the funny things he says. Check out the comment section and look at the last names. Almost all of them are Rodriguez. Billy, your haircut's kinda gay. And please tell me, what is with those leather bracelets?
Oh shit, that's funny. I don't listen to this. When English is their second language. Oh, now, Billy.
Billy, don't you know your listeners?
Oh man, this shit is kind of funny.
They really seem to like you. Oh, now, Billy, don't you know your listeners are mostly Mexicans? Los amigos are like you.
Alright, so it's a bunch of shit like that. I mean, if you want me to put it up, I'll put it up. So I guess it is kind of funny. Shit. Yeah, there's a million of them. There's when somebody at a local Golden Corral found a rat skull in their chili. I made a song about that.
A man is sharing his story tonight after eating at the local Golden Corral. He says he was at dinner with some friends and his
I'm
young
fucking
son
hilarious. I'm
claims that he
sorry.
found an unexpected surprise in his food.
Wednesday night's chili dinner was his last.
The first bite I took
This
out
shit's
of
funny.
It was a crunch.
What he immediately spat out, a rat's head with curly ears and a snaggletooth.
Aerosmith.
Couldn't get a taste out of my mouth.
Rat skull.
Floating in my chili buffet full of dumb hillbillies. That's what I get for eating at the Golden Corral. I swear on a stack of Bibles, I just took about a 5-0. Didn't even get to make a visit to the chocolate waterfall.
Chocolate waterfall, chocolate waterfall. Okay, that's enough of that. Yeah, hours upon hours of all this shit that is not relevant today, but, you know, it makes me laugh. Maybe it'll make you laugh. So, one in the chat, if I should, Ragdoll, Anus-holic, which is one of the best fucking PvP names that I could imagine. Anus-holic. I've had a lot of alcohol tonight, but I'm going to try to do the rest of this show. I'm only like 1/5 away from my tabs. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Hollywood, Mr. Robert De Niro. He's got a thing or two to say about Trump. Oh yeah, one in the chat if I should upload all that bullshit. 2 in the chat if it's gay and stupid and I should just keep it as rejoiners. Let's see what Robert De Niro has to say.
This guy should not be president, period.
And when you say that,
This
folks on
fucking
Fox
guy.
come after you. I remember the Tonys when you got up there and cursed. A lot of
Fuck 'em.
criticism of you.
Fuck them.
Okay, well, you know, this is cable,
Sorry.
so it's not an FCC
Oh,
violation.
hey, oh, hey, oh.
Okay, well, you know, this is cable,
Sorry.
so it's not an FCC.
Oh.
Okay, well, you know, this is cable.
Sorry.
A lot of
Fuck 'em.
criticism of you.
Fuck them.
Okay, well, you know, a lot of
Fuck 'em.
criticism of you.
Fuck them.
Okay, well, you know, this is cable.
Oh, hey, ravioli meatballs, yeah.
So it's not an FCC violation, but it is still a Sunday morning.
Well,
I
we're
do wonder
at a
why you
point
choose
in-
to go that
Let
way.
me say something.
Why do you choose to go that way?
We are at a moment in our life, in this country, where this guy is like a gangster. He's come along and he's said things, done things we say over and over again. This is terrible. We're in a
fucking
terrible
Trump
situation.
is like a fucking gangster.
We're in a terrible situation. And this guy just keeps going on and on and on without being stopped.
Let's fit in a break. Let's squeeze in a commercial. More Robert De Niro.
Oh!
But it is still a Sunday morning.
Well,
Hey!
fuck them.
Okay, well, you know, this is cable,
Whoa!
so it's not an FCC.
Sunday morning on CNN.
Okay, well, you know, this is
Whoa!
cable, so it's not an FCC
Oh!
violation.
You know, that Trump's got me like, gabagool and meatballs and I'm fucking Hollywood and whatnot. That fucking Trump is no good. The orange OG, he's a bad hombre. If you ask me, fuck you fucking guinea. It. Fuck him. Fuck him. I don't know if you guys know who Rob Smith is. He's a black gay guy who, God, I'm sure some of you remember the Groiper Wars led by Nick Fuentes, which was Nick Fuentes' Holland Opus Magnum. It was Nick Fuentes' Mr. Holland Opus Magnum. Oh, shit. When, you know, TPUSA had multiple trannies and gay black guys come up and people were like, how does anal sex help us win the culture war? Well, I guess Rob Smith recently turned Republican, had an event somewhere, and he claims people called him, and I will quote, a and a I would never say that on YouTube. That's why I have a bleep button. Yes, Rob Smith is a yes. My name is Mr. I'm Ryan Harkness, and I recently got exonerated on YouTube from saying naughty things. I'm here to say that Mr. Rob Smith is neither a nor but he believes some of you might think he is. So this is apparently him walking into this dangerous right-wing scenario where a bunch of people accosted him and called him a NF, but nobody could hear any N's or F's.
Oh man, look at this guy. Don't talk about it.
Several days later.
And so now
They
when
call
you want to
me
talk about somebody denounce, I've seen Donald Trump denounce white supremacy over and over and over again for the past 8 years. I have not seen Ron DeSantis denounce this. I have not seen Vivek Ramaswamy denounce this. I have not seen Nikki Haley denounce this. I have not seen Chris Christie denounce this. So if we're going to talk about the future of this party, and these white supremacists absolutely do exist in
White
this party,
supremacists.
we all saw me face them from face to face. I'm looking at soulless, dead-eyed white supremacists that, by the way,
Thank you, Anus.
I felt that these people could have
This is
bashed
sick,
my
bro.
brains in had they gotten the chance.
It's gonna bash my brains in. It's gonna bash my goddamn brains in before. Oops, I meant to get rid of this advertisement. Ladies and gentlemen, I denounce any racist fucking rhetoric on the Ryan Harkness show. You cannot call Rob Smith a or a that's not allowed. But you could dance. You could dance. You could dance. Dance, dance, dance. Rob Smith is not a nigga. He's not a it. No, don't call him that. Oh, I have had a few too many drinks, but Rob Smith is not a nigga. YouTube-friendly programming, ladies and gentlemen, as proven by the YouTube moderators. They did not kick me off for my content. After it got flagged, they were like, nope, this is good. This is all good. And as you could see, it's all good. Hey, I don't know if this is true. I see a bunch of instances from this account. You know, I think they listen. They've tuned in several times because this is one of the many accounts that stole my content on after I came out with this whole fucking that whole thing. They got a copy of it. They ripped it. They took all my fucking all my socials out of it and just fucking uploaded it and be like, oh, this is funny, right? This is kind of mine. He apologized to me profusely, and I accepted his apology. And I started following him, and he posts some pretty base shit sometimes, but sometimes I'm like, I don't know. I don't really know about it. Oops. And I don't really know about this, but he makes memes, and he says, Bill Gates states that he is planning on moving to Israel if Palestine, if the Epstein client list is released. I don't know. Sounds dubious on its face to me, but not outside of the realm of possibility. I mean, it sounds from a guy that wants to block out the sun. I think Israel is probably the perfect place for him to move to if the client list and the things that they were. Look at this fucking goober. By the way, this is from the official 1984. I know you're listening at times. He's invited me on his. It's a pretty massive fucking Twitter account, and he kind of sucked my dick after I called him out for stealing my content. And he was like, "No, dude, it's fucking cool. You could come on my lives and shit like that." And kind of jerked me off. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think it's one of these many content stealing fucking Twitter pages that are pretty good at making memes like this one. But most of the time, he hasn't really lied, and I don't know if he's lying about this, but maybe somebody could look into this if Bill Gates states that he's planning. I don't know who would say that. He's got some CNN shit on here. I don't know if he was ever on CNN and going, I'm going to fucking, this could be blathering fucking right-wing conspiracy nonsense. But at the same time, it doesn't sound too fucking out of the realm of possibility. What's next? You guys, it's really hard to put yourself in the position that you were in circa 2020. People were being arrested in certain parts of my very country, the United States, for doing shit like going to a park or jogging down a beach or going to a skate park. Do you guys remember that? Like, that really happened. That's not, we look back and we're like, oh, come on, let's fucking forgive and forget about that. Do you guys remember that people got arrested for walking on the beach? I saw this today, and it reminded me that, yeah, people got fucking arrested for walking on the fucking beach. This is a cop trying to catch somebody for walking during no walkie-walkie COVID time. Somebody added this silly soccer shit over it. But something that inspired me about this video, these cops, you know, the people that are going to drag you off to the gulag, you could eat better than them. You could jog on the beach. Like, this person obviously jogs on the beach. Look what happens when you work on your physical fitness. Can they even catch you? Can they physically catch you? Look, he hit the gas. I love it. The cop's fucking giving up. He literally wants to catch this nigga and give him a ticket for jogging on the beach. Can't catch him though, you fat you fucking bitch. I haven't said any words that you can't say on YouTube because I have a bleep button. I love it, and I think I hit all the fucking marks tonight. I called that fucking cop a it. I called Rob Smith a I hit them all. Sometimes I forget to miss them. Sometimes I don't hit the button and it goes over the air, and I didn't get popped for any of that on YouTube. I'm shocked. Like Angie said earlier in the show, you did. That's what fucking got you popped? Your interview with Dunny? That's what got you popped? Yeah, that's what got me popped. But I was like, no, this is fine. You can't get me on this, and they overturned it. I have a squeaky clean channel. The Ryan Harkness Show, which is fully listener supported. You could go to. God damn it! I need to get rid of this one. I'm just gonna fucking delete it. You could go to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show and send me a super chat like fucking Rex did earlier. $25. What other fucking in here has sent me $25? That fucking motivates me. That makes me want to do a show on Christmas Eve like tonight. That kind of shit. Fucking big $25 donos. Damn. And Rex, thank you, sir, for that. But follow me at Ryan Harkness _ at Twitter if you don't do that already. All right, we got some more shit for you. We got a lot of shit for you. I shouldn't have planned so much if I knew Dunny was going to go. So Dunny always goes long. And I'm going to take that into consideration. Daniel Maxfield, P.O. Box, what are you going to do? Are you going to send me gold bars? Like, are you going to send me cash in the mail? Like, I'll let you. Look, email me at, here we go. You want my fucking P.O. box? I'll give you a P.O. box. I just find this remarkable. I'm not Owen Benjamin. Like, I don't get analog super chats. So everybody has a debit card. Like, you could just go to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show and do it that way. But this is the second time that Daniel has mentioned analog super chats. So email me at ryanharknessshow@gmail.com. We will start, and anybody can do that. You could email me, ryanharknessshow@gmail.com, and we could start some personal correspondence. Maybe you have some fucking got no bank. Well, I can respect that. I don't pay taxes. No, I totally pay taxes. I'm fucking kidding. I'm kidding. I don't fucking skirt that whatsoever. I did not say that. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Go back in time and bleep that. So I kind of get you, Daniel. I kind of get you. Yeah, anybody can email me, ryanharknessshow@gmail.com. If you just want to say something. Sometimes Wilco fucking found me and had a lot to say. And I'm gonna get to the bottom of that. Whatever mod is like fucking with people. I don't know if anybody's fucking with people, but let's not yeah, tape cash to the Mandor. But yeah, you could email me there. Thank you, Daniel, and we'll work it out from there. If you appreciate the show that much and you want to send me an analog super chat, that is always fucking appreciated. That's appreciated actually more than a fucking real super chat. Somebody who doesn't have a bank like Daniel Maxfield doesn't fuck with these fucking you-know-whats and doesn't trust them so much that he's just got a mattress stuffed full of cash and a drawer full of stamps and the time on his hands to fucking to get on it. Yeah, I like that. I dig that, actually. You know what, Daniel Maxfield? You might be on your way to mod status here on the Ryan Harkness show, even though that hasn't worked out for me so well lately. I thought this was a very, I like President Trump. I think he's a real president. I have some criticisms of him, of course, that piss other people off, but I think he is the duly elected president because I think the and I'm going to be careful on YouTube now, I think the 2020 election was stolen. Do you know what I'm saying? The 2020 election was stolen. You're not allowed to say that on YouTube, that Joe Biden stole the 2020 election. I know you can't tell what I'm saying whatsoever. But that being said, I still like to make fun of the man because it's kind of funny at times. And I saw a very funny Photoshop, I guess you would say. Now you look at this picture. This is a picture of a carrot. I've grown carrots before. They grow very weird fucking, patterns. It's a root vegetable, and obviously this looks like a pair of legs that has a little dick on it, obviously. And somebody, it's a cheap, low-hanging fruit. I get it. It's not fucking that creative. But when somebody's good at Photoshop, they can take that and fucking turn it into, obviously, something awesome like this. This is pretty great. I gotta fucking admit. The childish nature of this I find hilarious. If you haven't noticed, I make songs about poop and retardation. This is quite possibly, as the caption says at the top, the best use of Photoshop ever. No disrespect, okay? No disrespect to the duly elected president, but this Photoshop here, that's the Italian version. Now let me do the Jewish female comedian version. No disrespect, sir. I believe. What if a YouTube moderator turns tunes in at this point of the show? How is this not the best show on YouTube? No disrespect, President Trump, President Pump. I'm just a Jewish comedian, Miss Sarah Silversteinberg Steinscheckel. I don't even remember her name. I'm so drunk. Sarah, fuck. Sarah Silverman. Thank you, Angie. I'm just Sarah Silverman. Oh, we have fun here. If you're having fun here, you can always send me money for making you laugh at buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show. Eat your vegetables. That's right. We have never broken fucking terms of service here on YouTube, my motherfucking my and my everybody that tune into the Ryan Harkness Show is nothing but a or a Thank God I got my finger on that button tonight. I got my finger extra on that button tonight. And if you're a YouTube moderator, thank you for not giving me a strike. Why would you give me a strike? I never said anything against terms of service. And I make fun of Trump. Trump is the bad orange man. I said, I give you orange man bad, like Ban Garcia say in chat. Orange man bad. Orange man bad. That's enough, you guys. That's not funny. Seriously. Let's get serious here. This is a serious political discourse show. It's enough of that. Guys, don't laugh anymore. You think I make fun of possibly African Americans? I make fun of fucking white people too. And I think this particular white woman might be lying. Now, look. I am no fan of the Pfizer vaccine. No fan. I'm allowed to say that. I am allowed to say that on YouTube. I can say I am no fan of the vaccine. I can't like look in the fucking camera and say, this is what you can't do. You can't do this on YouTube. You can't say the vaccine causes injury. It is dangerous and it is fake and gay. Don't take the vaccine because it will hurt you. The one from Pfizer or Moderna or whatever. You can't say that. I would never say that. I would never look into the camera on a YouTube program such as this and say, the vaccine is killing people. You can't say that on YouTube. You can't say that. It's against the rules. Don't say on YouTube that the Pfizer vaccine causes permanent injury and myocarditis. And everybody young and old, don't ever fucking say that on YouTube because it's not true. We love the vaccine here. The vaccine is a shit. I've got 9 of them. I got it shot right into my fucking dick. I got the vaccine shot right into my dick and balls. I was like, that's all you got? 3 cc's of Vax? Give me a 12 cc Vax. Give me 2 vials. Shoot it right into my cock vein. I love it because it gives me so much protection. It slows the spread of whatever, and it ends sadness. That's what the vaccine does. It's the shit. And it definitely doesn't do this.
Hey there. I know some of you might recognize me.
I was being facetious. The vaccine is garbage, but I think this bitch is faking.
Hey there.
Hey there.
I know some of you might recognize me from my initial post on Instagram. I've been hiding
remember you.
a lot and not showing exactly what this has done to me. But I'm done hiding. And I'm done being scared.
She's lying.
There are several stories like mine. The same doctors who told us this was safe are the same doctors brushing us off as if we didn't matter. It is now time
Come on, man.
that we are heard, seen, and believed.
The music.
I know some of you might recognize me from my initial post on Instagram. I've been hiding a lot and not showing exactly what this has done to me.
It gave her Tourette's, saying it's...
And I'm done hiding. And I'm done
I took the vaccine. Chicken bird. Chicken bird. Chicken bird. Look, the first part was a joke. But I'm for real. The vaccine does not do this to you. She's lying. dying.
But I'm done hiding. I'm done being scared.
Oh shit!
There are
It's just
several-
like and then I'm normal out of nowhere, and then I could look solemnly in the camera.
Stories like mine. The same doctors who told us this was safe are the same doctors brushing us off as if we didn't matter. It is now time that we are heard, seen, and believed.
This angel is holding her arms and
Hey there. I know some of you might recognize me from my initial post on Instagram. I've been hiding a lot and not showing exactly what this has done to me.
Hold on.
But I'm done hiding. And I'm done being scared. There are several stories
I can't
like
find it.
The same doctors who told us this was safe are the same doctors brushing us off as if we didn't matter. It is now time that we are heard, seen, and believed.
He found it. Hold on.
Hey there.
God damn it.
I know some of you might recognize me from my initial post on Instagram.
Oh shit.
I've been hiding
This is what I was
a
looking
lot
for.
and not showing exactly what this has done to me. But I'm done hiding.
When Rex
and I'm done being scared.
when Rex
There are several
is
stories
an
like mine.
angel.
The same doctors who told us this was safe are the same doctors brushing us off as if we didn't matter. It is now time that we are heard, seen, and
Oh
believed.
god damn it. This is what gets me. This is not real, yo.
Not showing exactly what this has done to me. But I'm done hiding.
Oh, that's enough. Oh, my head hurts. How do you make that funnier? I don't know if you can make that funnier. Maybe if you... What this white bitch doing? There ain't no way the vaccine does that. I don't trust the vaccine either, but you gonna think it does this? Why, this is bullshit.
Hiding.
You should be done hiding.
And not showing exactly what
You
this
should
has
hide
done.
someplace else if you're gonna be like this. How you gonna
I'm
hide?
done hiding.
When you're like, woo,
And I'm done not showing exactly what this has done to me.
This show is so fucking stupid. Oh my god. That was funnier than I thought it would be. That's a fake vaccine injury, folks. I know it's not the best. It's not the best vaccine, but I don't think it does exactly. Your heart just explodes if it fucks you up. You wanna see what else maybe the vaccine does? This is what this is what I wish happened to every boomer ever.
Oh, it's time. I've finished my Christmas shopping at Myers. I'm a stupid boomer. It's time. I have a shopping cart. It's time to go. Wait a minute. Let's talk about this a little bit more. What do you not do with a shopping cart? I think it's go down an escalator. Bye.
Every single boomer deserves his fate. Oh shit. Oh my god. You guys, fuck, this is a serious show. Enough with the fucking laughing. The laughing and the silliness. This is a silly political discourse show where we take things seriously, goddammit. Don't laugh at shit like this. This is fucking not funny. This is not funny. God damn it. I don't know why you guys think it is. Oh, fuck. What do we have next? I don't even want to see what we have next. It's too much. My stomach hurts. I don't need to be drinking this much during episodes of this show. Not that I'm not having fun. I'm having a blast. This is hilarious, but you know, it's going shit. It's what is it? 1 a.m. Good Lord. Good Lord. I have all this wine left. I'm going to drink it all. I shouldn't have brought that one out of the bag before. Hey, one thing I want to know is why white folks, let's see if I can sync this up. It's hard to do because it's reverse. Why white folks be fucking carrying around 2x4s? This is what I call a segue. I can't do, maybe I could do the, hold on. If I hit that and hit shift and hit that one too, can I select both of them? No, I can only select one at a time. Why white folks be selecting 2x4s and shit? I don't really know. But we about to watch this next video where one of my kind, no, not one of my kind, I'm a Jewish comedian. I am Sarah Silverman. And so you can't say that this is blackface. This is not blackface. This is a Jewish female comedian, Sarah Silverman. And we're going to watch this next video here where somebody who is not me gets extra sassy and fucks around and finds out. All right, pause. Now, I want you guys to look. This what I feel is an Italian guinea man has a 2x4, and 2x4s make a certain sound when they hit people in the head. When they hit people in, oops, didn't mean to do that. When they hit people in the head. When they hit people's in the heads. Let's rewind and see what happens. She has a weapon, by the way. Look at that big ass. I don't even know if that's a woman. That is a large person with a stick or something. And she's going after homeboy. Let's see what happens. Oh! Ooh, that sound! That beautiful sound! Oh, Lordy! Oh, Lord! Oh, Jesus! Oh! The resonance in that 2x4. Entres. Hola, dentro. She out. She's sleeping. I want y'all to hear this sound. This is a fine pine board purchased at perhaps Home Depot. It's still got the fucking resin in it. It's so full of moisture. That's the only way that it gets this sound. This sound right here. Oh. Beautiful. Lordy. That is quite the sound. That is quite the boink. Entre. Entre. She got fucked up one more time. Coño. I don't know why I put this avatar on. This is silly. Let me get rid of this. I don't know what that's all about. Wow, that doink. 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 What's next? You guys, this show can't get any dumber. It really can't. One thing I know for sure is you're not allowed to see people die on YouTube. And even though I follow this account 1000 Ways to Die on Twitter, doesn't mean that every video that they show is somebody dying. I know it's not, Sometimes it's somebody that's... No, for real though. Sometimes somebody is okay on it, and it just fucking, some weird shit happens. But this one was weird because, this person disappears. Let's see that again. I don't know what this is. What are these? These aren't steam boilers or anything like that. This is some kind of industrial situation. This guy's scraping around in a cap of one. I never saw the Queen audio. The Flash. That's fucked up. The universe. He just disappears. That's the internet, ladies and gentlemen. When somebody fucking gets blown up and loses their life, somebody gets to the footage and they're like, you know that Queen song? That'd be pretty funny to put into this. And then I watch it and we react. I'm sure he's fine. He's okay. Flash. Oh shit. I didn't know that they put that audio in there. That's pretty funny. Flash. All right. Hey, this is a staunch right-wing program, ladies and gentlemen. We do all the things. We make America great again. We what else? We support our troops and our law enforcement, and we back the blue. It's time to back the blue, ladies and gentlemen, because these are the new recruits that are coming in, and remember, always back the blue, because they are here to serve and protect. Today, I only witnessed history, but also felt a hurtful years of advocacy I've devoted for and promotion for exclusion and acceptance.
He's a fucking reed, and he's gonna eat some pennies and shoot black people in the face. He's got a pocket full of jelly beans.
I guess we're making retards cops now.
If you don't show me your identification, I will peel a jelly bean out of my belly button.
Yeah, back the blue, ladies and gentlemen. Back the blue. That's what we need to do. Because, there's a certain IQ that is too high to be a cop. if you're above, I think, 150, 120, 115, something like that, you're going someplace else. If not an intelligence agency or behind a desk someplace, you are not getting a simple gun and a badge and a squad car. You're doing other shit. You're not fucking with jelly beans and human trash. But yeah, back to blue. I got this one from our very own Angie. Angie's still in chat. Thank you for sending me this one. Or I just caught it on your Twitter feed. This was hilarious. Now, how do I say this lightly? I have a large contingency of female viewers, and I would never want to alienate them. I don't want to alienate anybody. But let's see how, I think both of you are white. Not sorry, and Angie. You're white. You're both women. You guys haven't been knocking it out of the park recently. And this is one of the many representatives that have been crushing it. As far as argumentative rhetoric and commentary, I don't know what this podcast is. I've seen it, so many clips of it. I've never fucking tuned into it. It says at whatever, I guess, in the background. But out of the many clips that I've seen of it, this guy, he shits on women that are dumb for the most part. Let's see what he dished out to this young lady. She looks like she's bringing her A game, I feel. So this is going to go well.
You guys are all just like really misogynistic.
How do you define?
Really, you guys are like really misogynistic, like seriously.
Okay, you guys.
This is all this podcast seems to be. Like, find the dumbest bitches that you could possibly find, put them in front of a microphone, and then shit on them when they crap out live on air. But this one kind of crapped out live on air.
Okay, you guys are all just like really misogynistic.
How do you define misogyny? What?
You got this, girl. Hold on, you got this. Don't give up. Don't give up. You said they're misogynistic. You could think of it. You know why. These guys are assholes. Fucking articulate. Use your words. Speak. You are misogynistic because when I propose a scenario where a woman should be able to be granted the same rights and advantages of a man, you assert that that's not the case, and men should have the advantage over women in some way. Therefore, you are misogynistic. Say something like that. Anything. You could do it.
You guys are all just like really misogynistic.
How do you define misogyny? What? I'm just asking how you define misogyny.
She defines it by shutting up and crying and shitting her pants and then farting.
Can I go?
And hiccuping.
Are you okay? Like
leaving.
You want to go as in leave?
Walking away.
If you want to leave, you can leave. I was hoping we could continue having a conversation.
Should have been like, you can't fucking leave, bitch, and I'm gonna fucking you. I'm gonna fuck your ass against your will, you fucking whore.
I mean,
she doesn't leave after that. She's like, okay. That sounds cool.
Okay, you guys are all just like really misogynistic.
How do you define misogyny? What? I'm just asking how you define misogyny.
You hate black people. That's why you misogynistic. God damn it.
Can I go?
Are you okay? Like, do you want you want to go as in leave?
Oof.
If you, look, if you want to leave, you can leave. I was hoping we could continue having a conversation, but
and then she goes. She shit her pants. She smeared the poop and blood on the wall, and left the building. I'm sure the conversation with her was absolutely compelling beforehand. I'm sure she had all her thoughts in order, and it was awesome. And I'm sure that wasn't the highlight of the whole At Whatever podcast. But thank you to Angie for scooping that one up for me. We're almost coming to an end here. We got a few more videos for you that we're going to go through. I don't know if I've said this tonight. I believe I have, but just making sure not only Rex Warden heard it, but you could send me a super chat at buymeacoffee.com/Harkness show. Oh, hey, 95% of the people that view this program are replay niggas. These replay niggas, they're all over this shit. They watch it every fucking week. But there's only been one that donated. Only one replay that donated to the Ryan Harkness show by going to buymeacoffee.com/Harkness show and throwing me a tip in the tip jar. Thank you to Rex tonight for the big $25 dono. That's very helpful. And make sure you follow me at Ryan Harkness _ and more important than even the money is sharing out the link to this fucking show. That's what I want you to do the most part. Angie always helps me out with that, and it's very helpful. Get this show in front of more eyes and ears, and I appreciate that more than anything, almost as much as I appreciate Rex's $25. All right. We got a couple more videos before we get out of here. Should we do that one first? Or should we do this one first? No, we're gonna do that one first, and we'll end. We're gonna go to a jovial, funny video because that's the streak that we've been on, and then we're going to end on a dark and horrible, dismal note, if you will. This live stream has been going on for 4 hours 2 minutes. By the way, that's a long one. So I think that's part of my strategy when it comes to keeping the show on YouTube. The show is so long that whatever YouTube moderator, when some fucking flags this thing, they're like, this is offensive. You got to take this down. And they immediately take it down, and I'm like, no, don't take it down. I would never do something against YouTube's terms of services. That's not allowed. I do not do things that's not allowed, sir. You gotta give me a chance. I's never do something that's not allowed. That's against YouTube's terms of services. And then they grant my appeal. I gotta think it's because the show is so fucking long that that I don't even want to fucking. I have AI and he didn't say or he didn't say that one time in the whole show. I can't just let him have his stupid show. But I still have my channel. That's fucking great. So we'll do the fun one first and the shitty one last. Cause you know what? I go against the grain. So let's do the fun one. Since we're shitting on white woman. Yeah. What happened with this particular white woman? Oh, you know what? The idea of, you got to find yourself sexually as a woman. And I do believe that to an extent. But you should go buck wild and expect no repercussions whatsoever. And your parents are definitely not going to be upset with you if something happens as a result of it.
My whole life could
Uh-oh,
change.
what happened?
And I'm scared. Friday night, I started having a burning sensation whenever I peed. Was not pleasant.
Salty cracker. He's okay. Salty cracker, Daniel, that's one of those things. Like, no, I like salty. I watched his shit a couple of times. It's all right. It's all right. He's better than Tim Pool. I'll give you that. Salty cracker deserves all the money compared to Tim Pool, and Tim Pool makes way more money than Salty cracker. For sure. But like the pyramid where like Tim Pool is at the top of it and Salty's like here and I'm here, like that bitch needs to be flipped upside down is what I'm saying. Because of, I don't know. I'm just saying maybe I could
just be like, what the fuck is in your mouth?
I could give you a reminder of what we played in the beginning of the show. This is what Tim Pool is doing these days. And this is not fucking satire. This is not bullshit. Tim Pool thinks this is cool and this is good music. Tim Pool, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta pause it so he doesn't fucking copyright strike me. But I have a joke to make. Alright, here we go. I don't know what this looks like. Tim Pool is great! It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I hate him. Nothing against Salty Cracker. Fucking all the fucking accolades and money in the world go to Salty Cracker. I hope. But you do have a point, Daniel, that it's lopsided. There's some fucking gay niggas getting money. And Tim Pool's one of them. And I would rather the money go to a bitch that fucking got herpes, to be honest with you.
Saturday, I went to urgent care, and they put me on medication for a UTI. So I started the UTI medication on Sunday, and then that night, I noticed that my right lymph node in my groin was swollen.
Oh.
By Monday...
Now... Things are progressing in a negative trajectory.
The UTI meds still haven't kicked in. It still really hurt whenever I peed.
So if you go in for what you believe are UTI symptoms, you get what you believe are UTI meds, and those don't work, there's a problem.
So I called to make an appointment with my gyno.
Why would you make a TikTok?
It's now Wednesday. My appointment's in like half an hour. This subject is very
Angie called it.
It has a lot of shame around it. But then I noticed warts on my genitals.
You noticed what
painful.
now?
These last few days,
You noticed what?
I noticed warts on my genitals. Very, very painful. These last few days, I've just felt run down, icky, haven't had an appetite, uncomfortable. It hurts to walk.
Oof. You know, that's got to be the worst thing, is while all these walls are falling down on you, your pee-pee's burning, you're starting to get sores, like, you feel the flu-like symptoms, like like your body going into herpedom and that change that I'm sure that's I don't have fucking herpes. I'm awesome. I don't have herpes. But some fucking harlot like this that has herpes, when it starts to make you sick like that, like that would probably freak me out even more than the coochie sores.
It hurts to sit. Everything hurts. I'm scared. If it's herpes, I know it's not the end of the world. I'm about to go to my appointment now, so
it's not the end of the world.
Come back with an update. I have herpes. Oh no! If I want to have unprotected sex, help him. I don't know how this is gonna affect my dating life. I can't give birth vaginally if I have an outbreak.
Can't have babies. Like, there's a list of things when like the reality check comes in. Like, no, this, and that. Like, you're gonna have anybody that you're gonna fuck. You're gonna be like, hey, by the way, I know that we went to TGI Fridays tonight, and you bought all the drinks and the Dollaritas and the fucking appetizers. And we split the rest of the bill. But that being said, I have some people don't even fucking do that. So some people are like, let's just go, let it ride, and then they give it to somebody else. Yeah, it's something. Can't make a pussy baby. They gotta slice it out of you. Which, you know, I guess isn't the end of the world, but imagine giving your baby herpes. That would suck.
I don't know. I don't fucking know how I'm supposed to tell my parents this.
Tell your parents? Why you gotta tell your parents? How old are you?
It's also just fucking painful. And I'm gonna have this outbreak for the rest of my life.
Yep. You're fucked.
I feel like my parents are gonna be so disappointed in me.
At least you're free sexually.
I just... Today, I don't know.
Yeah, so that's what it's like getting herpes, lady. Germs and gents, don't get herpes. All right, we gotta wrap this bitch up. Like, it's fucking it's going on late o'clock here, but I did want to talk about the fact, and I touched on this with Dunny, and I think her commentary was salient to it. But let's just see, you know. Trump is getting blocked on ballots. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump, but I would much prefer him to whatever the fuck we have going on now. And if I wanted to vote for him, say hypothetically, if I wanted to vote for him, I would want that vote to count. I personally believe that voting is fake and gay, and it doesn't matter in any context whatsoever. But it's so blatantly fake and gay that they're completely removing your ability to do so in places like Colorado. Like, it's not even going to be on the ballot, potentially there. And I always go to Daddy Tucker when it comes to my news. So let's hear what he has to say about it. And we're going to close the show out with this. We got to go.
Case, it seems irresolvable.
Let me check SuperChat.
So you have, you know, basically every power center in the country will do anything to prevent Trump from winning. Anything. I mean, that's the most important thing to them, is to keep Trump from becoming president again. Now, why is that? Is a whole separate and very interesting conversation, but that's just a fact, okay? And these are the same people who are lecturing us about democracy. We're saving democracy. Democracy dies in darkness. Democracy is the most important thing. You heard that creepy defense contractor say what we're really doing is preserving democracy. We're not just like selling weapons. We're preserving democracy, right. Which was a nauseating clip, and I hope on some level he's punished for that. But anyway, but then at the
your kids were born at home, anus? That's pretty fucking base. I would like to do that. But I'm old. I'm like 40. Maybe I'll have another kid. I've got 2. We thought about it for the second one, but that's pretty awesome. Like, what are you, rich or something, having kids born at home, or do you just have huge balls?
Same time, you have Trump like is leading the race in every nonpartisan, or all the liberal polls are showing him leading the race, beating Joe Biden in the battleground states. So like they can't let him win, but if they don't let him win, then it's just super obvious that all this democracy stuff was fraudulent and that it's not a democracy, it's an oligarchy run by the richest people. That Bernie Sanders, back when he was a free man, was telling the truth. And so at that point, like, the veil's off. We can't pretend anymore. Like when they killed Kennedy, which they did, they can kind of pretend like everything's fine. But after this election, there's no pretending everything's fine. Everyone will know. And it is a little bit like you get kidnapped, you get thrown in the back of the car, and all of a sudden the kidnapper turns around and lowers his mask and you see his face. And that's not a good thing. Because once you see his face, he has to kill you. Because
Dunny, the killer has shown his face, and you're like, the killer is a genius. The killer has multinational intelligence agencies who have somebody's best interests at heart, and they know what's best to do with our tax dollars and the value of our currency, and so I'm just gonna leave it in their hands. So if the mask is off and they're gonna start endless wars, like, I'm good with it. Okay, I'm not.
Oh, who he is. He can't let you go then, okay? So you sort of want the kidnapper to keep his mask on because the pretense allows him the freedom to let you go in the end, to pretend everything's fine. But they've showed us who they are with such unmistakable clarity that I kind of don't know how we get along after this election unless they decelerate and just do what they should do, which is like, look, we don't like Trump, here's why. We don't think he's good for the country, here's why. We think Joe Biden's great, here's why. America, make your choice. But I don't think they are going to do that. They're morally obligated to do that, but they won't. And it's incumbent on them to do that. Stop charging them with bullshit crimes that your own people skate on. Like, that's the truth. Stop that. Just let the election happen. Let's have a free and fair election.
It's not going to happen.
Okay? Free and fair election.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to be free. It's not going to be fair. It's going to be fake. It's going to be gay. It's going to be fake and gay. And your vote doesn't count. You folks out there, your vote doesn't count. Voting's fake. Voting's gay. I'm sorry to tell you about this, but that's the way it is. It's all bullshit. You should start and look. You should buy. Here's what you should do. You should buy. This is not official advice from the Ryan Harkness Show, because I would never tell anybody else to do this. But I've read books, and books say really, really important books that you should read. I might read this one day on air. This is one of the important books. George Floyd Creepypastas Volume 1. This is an important annal of American history, and you guys should really check this one out. This is important. This is, y'all should read this book right here. I'm serious. George Floyd Creepypastas is serious, and I might read this one day. I don't know if I could read this on YouTube, but I might do it one day. I might do it next show, because I have a channel that's free and clear warnings. When the Dindu watches this show, he's like, "Oh, God, this is not within terms of service. You cannot do this. Warning or strike." I could eat a strike. I could eat a strike. Listen, I could eat a strike. I take your strike, I shove it up my ass. I take my strike and I poop it out right in your face. You fucking bitch ass nigga. You fucking bitch ass nigga. Fuck your strike. I might read this book one day, but what was I saying? We'll do that next show. But anyway, fuck that book. Fuck that book, and fuck this afro, and fuck that too. What I was saying is, yeah, voting is fake and gay, and your vote doesn't count, and good luck. Trump should, if it was real, Trump would win in a landslide. A fucking landslide. But you know what? It's either going to be really, really close, or, you know what, kind of marginally, yeah, Biden or whatever fucking else that they put up is going to beat the shit out of him because it's fake and it's gay and the numbers are rigged. And that's the way it is. Democracy's dead. So, you know what you got to do? You have to buy level 4 body armor. You have to buy somewhat of at least a battle rifle caliber semi-auto rifle. At least in 308, 7.62 by 51. And you should also have like an AR in 5.56. I'm an AK guy. I'm a 7.62 by 39, 5.45 by 39 guy, and I got plenty of ammo when it comes to that. And you should have that. You should have night capable thermal optics to see, something like me in the night coming on your property. And you should have property. You should have a little bit of land. If you go like this and this outside of either side of your house and you're touching your neighbor's house, sorry guys, you got tricked. You shouldn't be able to touch your neighbor's house like this. You shouldn't be able to go doink and touch your neighbor's house on this side and doink. Oh, I touched my neighbor's house on this side. Oh, I got tricked. I live in a subdivision that's fake and gay, and I'm a fucking retard. It. Oh, I bought a house that's at very low quality, and it's very overpriced, and my neighbors are 5 feet this way and 5 feet that way. Sorry for you. You're one of the moo. Bye. You're fucked. But you could still get out now. Like, buy a trailer. Buy a trailer out in the middle of nowhere. That's probably better than what you're doing now. Because shit's going down. Shit's going down. Mark my words. I'm sorry to be such a bummer, but it's the truth. It's the truth. And maybe we'll talk about more of the truth later on the Ryan Harkness Show. But that's it. That's it for the night, guys. We got to get out of here. It's donezo. Thank you for the new names in chat, like Anusolic. Anusolic means you're addicted to anus. I love it. Thank you to the mods, and thank you to Rex, who was the only motherfucker tonight. Look, CMK. CMK is a fucking an old school. He's back when I was on Bubba Army Radio. Way back in the day. Way back in Tampa radio shit. Fucking Bubba the Love Sponge shit. Mike Calda shit. CMK was around. He, more than anybody, means the most to me as far as mods go in here. But, we got some other people, some sleeper cells that might come out of the mix. I gotta get out of here, you guys. Thank you. I got drunk tonight. It was fun. It was very happy. I've had enough. I hope you had enough. But this has been the Ryan Harkness Show. You could send me a super chat like Rex did, a big $25 one, at buymeacoffee.com/Harkness Show. All you replay motherfuckers, I hope you could do so as well. And follow me on Twitter at Ryan Harkness _. That's it for tonight, you guys. Thank you to Dunny for tuning in as she does every 2 weeks. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Rex tonight for the big donos. That's it for tonight, you guys. I got to get out of here before I get divorced. It's 1:48. This program has been going on for 4.5 hours. I didn't expect that. Most important, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a fucking good night. Kiss your babies. Have fun with your families. Good night. This has been the Ryan Harkness Show. Adios.